Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hi, everybody online and in the room. We're just waiting for one of our council members to get on the meeting, and we'll be starting very shortly. Thanks for everybody for showing up on both platforms.
All right. Good evening to everyone. Welcome to the Monday, August 7th, 2023 meeting of the Falls Church City Council. We're delighted you're with us this evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask if you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. We're sorry for the delay in getting started. We were hoping to have one of our council members who's not in the immediate area be able to join us, but it looks like we're still having some technical difficulties with her. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
That's correct. We're working to help her, but she said please go ahead and start and don't wait for her.
Okay, so when she's able to join us, let us know, and we'll make sure she's admitted to the meeting remotely. But thank you for your patience for those folks in the audience and watching on the internet. Madam Clerk, will you go ahead and do roll, please? Call roll.
I will, and I just want to remind everybody that's online, if you keep your microphones muted, that helps us with the sound in the room until you're ready to speak, obviously. So we'll do roll call. Ms. Conley?
Here.
Mr. Duncan?
Here.
Ms. Hardy?
Here.
Ms. Leon?
Here.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott is attempting to join us. Mr. Snyder?
Here.
And Mayor Tarter?
Here.
And Council, when Ms. Shantz Hiscott joins us, we can do the remote participation motion for her.
All right, thank you very much. And let's move on to adoption of the meeting agenda. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt the meeting agenda.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. Looks like Ms. Hiscott may have just joined us. Is that right?
And that looks like it.
All right, let's see if we have a motion.
Can we see if we can hear her? Ms. Hiscott, are you with
This
us?
is Stephen. I'm logging in for Debbie. She'll be on in just a second.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, so in the meantime, let's go ahead and move on to a very special proclamation. And Ms. Conley, Mary Beth Conley is going to go ahead and do the honors of reading this proclamation regarding the 75th anniversary of Falls Church itself, of the city of Falls Church. So big day coming up here soon.
Indeed.
Ms. Conley?
Whereas the City of Falls Church will celebrate the 75th anniversary of its incorporation as an independent city of the Commonwealth of Virginia on August 16th, 2023. And to commemorate the history of the community, a series of events, programs, and educational opportunities will be held from August 16th, 2023 to August 31st, 2024. And it is appropriate at this time to recognize the longstanding history of settlement in the Falls Church area, including, but not limited to, indigenous people who inhabited the surrounding lands for hundreds of years prior to European colonization, including the Piscataway, Manahoac, Dogue, and Nacotchunk peoples. The first recorded mark of non-native settlement in Falls Church noted on the chimney of a log cabin in 1699. The construction of the original Anglican Falls Church in 1733, replaced by the current structure in 1769, ever after standing in the center of the community. Enslaved, indentured, and free Black people whose businesses, organizations, and relationships built a thriving community that persists in their descendants who continue to live in Falls Church. The incorporation of the town of Falls Church in Fairfax County with its own public schools in 1875, influxes of immigrants from across the world that have shaped the economic, cultural, and political landscape of Falls Church. And the City of Falls Church was incorporated following a 1948 appeal of the town council to the circuit court for an enumeration of its citizens, and the outcome of adjudication with 5,000 residents resulted in certification of the town of Falls Church as a city of the second class on August 16, 1948. And the Falls Church City Public Schools Division was subsequently authorized by the Commonwealth on June 27, 1949, introducing a key component of the community that continues to educate and develop the talents of the youth of the city. And following incorporation, the City of Falls Church has risen to regional and national distinction for its dedication to environmental stewardship, high levels of community engagement, successful and diverse business community, and exceptional public school system. And the community is proud of the city's history and seeks to acknowledge both the successes and challenges the community has faced over the years. And we acknowledge that while at times in the past, the institution of slavery, post-Civil War segregation, and other factors have led to diverse voices and perspectives going unheard, Today, we are dedicated to being a welcoming and inclusive community, a special place in the heart of Northern Virginia. And extraordinary civic engagement is key to the city's long-term success and to preserving a small-town character with a deep commitment to progress and inclusivity. And the city's goals for the future are reflections of the values and lessons of the past and also represent the heart of the intentions set out by the earliest founders and contributors to Falls Church.
Now, therefore, I, David Tarter, Mayor of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, do hereby designate August 16th, 2023 through August 31st, 2024 as the City of Falls Church 75th Anniversary Celebration in the City of Falls Church and urge everyone to join in the celebration of our fair city by participating in events planned for the next 12 months. It's a big year coming up. Thanks to all. Cindy Messner, I know you've been leading the charge, the city side. Is there anything you'd like to tell us and get us excited about in this coming year?
Thank you, Mayor, for that opportunity. A lot of stuff to get excited about. Of course, we're celebrating 75 of becoming a city, and thank you to Ms. Connolly for the article that she found with our friends at the library, which is included in your packet. But we're also celebrating and honoring the years that came before that led us up to becoming a city. So we're going to celebrate over this next 12 months those 200 years that got us as a native people to village, town, and now, of course, the well-renowned city. We are going to kick off next week on the 16th with a flag raising. Thanks to the city clerk's office coordination to honor the official signing of the charter. And then, as you see in the packet, we're going to do a lot of events over the next couple months. The big kickoff will be September 23rd at the Fall Festival, and I've been coordinating with Rexham Park, and we'll have the ceremony either 11 or 11:30. I'll send out official notice when we confirm that, and we'll read the proclamation and officially kick off this celebration. And then throughout the months, different things that we will do directly or we'll join with a lot of our community partners because the stakeholder group is quite diverse. And we will also be working on some different community art with some call for artists. And then we'll culminate with a big community-wide celebration next August and more details to come.
All right, well, that's very exciting. Why don't you come on down and maybe we could get a picture with you in this proclamation. And I understand Falls Church is now a first-class city as well, so I heard that a little earlier, but I think we've advanced. But come on down, let's get a photo maybe with you, and thank you for your efforts.
And Mr. Mayor, Mrs. Scott has joined us, so can we do the motion for her to participate?
All right, let's do it. Do we have a motion?
I move that City Council approve electronic participation by Debbie Shawn-Siskett in this meeting for personal reasons pursuant to the City Council's policy for remote participation in City Council meetings as adopted by Resolution 2023-06.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Oh, who was the second? So I'll say Mr. Duncan. And Ms. Hiscott, could you state where you are and the reason?
Yes, I'm in North Carolina on personal travel.
Okay, so let's
And
go.
unfortunately, I don't have enough bandwidth to have video and sound, but I can see everybody there, and hopefully you can hear me well.
We can. Have a great trip.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Ready for the vote?
We are ready.
All right. Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
All right, welcome
And Mr.
aboard.
Mayor, may I indulge for a moment? Mr. Bob Lazaro is here, and he had a special presentation he wanted to make. Couldn't
All right.
I call him up?
Yes, let's
Thank
call
you.
up Mr. Lazaro. And if you don't know, Bob Lazaro is the Executive Director of the Northern Virginia Regional Commission, who has done an extraordinary job, particularly these past few years with COVID and other pressing matters that have affected the region, has helped coordinate and really bring together all of Northern Virginia for the betterment of the region. So thank you, Bob.
Thank you kindly, Mayor. You would have thought in my past experience I'd figure out how to push the green button.
And Bob, by the way, is the former mayor of Percival, so.
And you have a great city attorney from the town of Percival as well.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Falls Church City Council, I'm Bob Lazaro, Executive Director of the Northern Virginia Regional Commission, and it's my pleasant duty this evening to take this opportunity to present Mayor Tarter with a statewide award from the Virginia Association of Planning District Commissions, the Gordon N. Dixon Award. The Gordon N. Dixon Award is intended to recognize a planning district commissioner who has provided leadership and made outstanding contributions to promoting the concept of regionalism in the Commonwealth. Benjamin Franklin is quoted as saying, "We must all hang together, but most assuredly we shall all hang separately." When we think back not too long ago to 2020, when our region, state, and country were gripped with the challenge of COVID pandemic, our region had a choice to make: hang together or separately. As you know, our region successfully worked together on a wide variety of issues, from making sure our localities receive their fair share of American Rescue Protection Act money, to receiving needed vaccines to meet the needs of the region. We met virtually multiple times with Governor Northam, our U.S. senators, our members of Congress, state and local health officials, and other ranking members of the Northam cabinet. It was Mayor Tarter, as chair of the Northern Virginia Regional Commission, convening the various mayors and chairs from the region, sometimes on a twice-weekly basis, to help coordinate the response in the region. It was integral that nearly real-time information and data was shared to help our localities respond, and that's from Arlington to Loudoun to Prince William, the entire region. With that, I'm pleased to present this award to Mayor Tarter and to express our sincere thanks to him, all our local government colleagues and staff, for all their efforts on a daily basis to do what is best in the region. And on a personal note, I'd like to thank you, David, for your leadership and your friendship. And on a personal note, it's so nice to see Councilmember Duncan back at the dais. It's really great to see you. So if you don't mind, I'd like to come around and...
You know, it's funny, I asked Bob why he was here, and he said T-zones. And I thought, I should have known that it had nothing to do with T-zones. I can't imagine anybody... All right, come on, you come on over here. Now you come on over here. Not up here.
You have to go down there, too. Do you want us in there, too? Do you want us in the picture, too? Yeah. Them or you want us?
Hey, thanks, Bob.
You're welcome.
That's very nice. Really appreciate it.
Congratulations. Thank you. Good to see you all. Thanks.
I'm just going to leave this right here. I don't want to have Hey, Bob, thanks a lot. All right. Let's see what else we got on. I think we're ready to call it a night, aren't we? Is that all we got?
Now the awards are given.
Yeah.
We do have an oath of office this evening.
We do. All right, let's oath away.
Okay. Patrice Lepsick. Hi. Welcome. Let's make sure your mic is on. The green button? No. Oh, you're good. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Health Systems Agency of Northern Virginia, according to the best of your ability, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, and thank you for volunteering for this.
Thank you.
All right, why don't you come on down? We'll give you our hearty thanks. And maybe a pin or two. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Small token of appreciation.
Thank
All right, thank you. Any other oaths of office, Madam Clerk? All right, come on down. Matthew Cunningham.
I put you on top of her.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, your light is on. Okay, you ready? If you could please raise your right hand. Do you, Matthew Cunningham, solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Environmental Sustainability Council to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. All right, come on down.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming.
Turn around, we'll get the photo. Congratulations. Thank you. All right. Any other oaths of office, Madam Clerk?
Anybody here want to take an oath? If you're interested in volunteering for any of our boards, you can always send an email to cityclerk@fallschurchva.gov, and we can let you know what openings we have. Thanks.
All right, let's move on to public comment, starting with written comment.
Okay. It's a busy road show tonight. We do have written comments. On the Park Avenue project, Mark Gross, president of VPIS, wrote that City Council promised the public there would be a public hearing on the Park Avenue public project on the 60% plan, which has yet to happen, and he said there should be such a public hearing. The following asks for bike boxes at the intersections with West Broad Street, Sharrows, consistent with the plans for Park Avenue on Little Falls Street and North Maple Avenue, curb extensions and additional bike parking space in current car spaces at Cherry Hill Park, and removal of vertical obstructions on sidewalks. And the folks who wrote about those issues are the Citizens Advisory Committee on Transportation, Richard Capone, Anne Marie Vid of 805 Hillwood Avenue. The following requested the same, as well as asked that stop signs on the W&OD trail be moved from the trail to the road. David Bloomgarden, Sam Butler of 132 Spring Court, Stuart Whitaker, and Jacob Williams. Then we had additional comments about the W&OD trail crossing. So the following also requested that stop signs on the trail be moved from the trail to the road, and that would be the Citizens Advisory Committee on Transportation, Andrew Olison of 615 Lincoln Avenue for Bike Falls Church, and Vaughn Wallace. We had two comments on the Quinn project. Nader and Bernadette Baruch of 243 Gundry Drive requested that the project not be referred to boards and commissions because they believe density and height should be reduced. The commercial use does not justify a residential bonus. Affordable housing proffers should be used exclusively for units in the project, and the project does not meet special exception criteria. The Winter Hill Community Association Board of Directors asked that the following concerns and requests about the project be addressed. Reduce the height of the structure and provide step backs in the vertical design, include green space commercial uses on Maple Avenue, and develop a long-term development plan for Maple Avenue, Virginia Village area that does not close off their neighborhood and includes a plan for affordable housing in the area. T-zones, we received a number of letters. Fred Thompson of 509 West Broad Street wrote with a number of legal questions regarding the proposal, and he also forwarded a letter in opposition to the current proposal with comments. The following wrote in support of the proposal: Bethany Latique, 103 Tollgate Way; Gina Kachechi, 200 North Maple Avenue; Grayson Tiemanner, Merrick Wajala, and Kalina Wajala of 102 Church Place. In other letters, Sean Dakin forwarded an article about Alexandria's distribution of gun and medicine locks, and he also expressed concerns about the Falls Church News Press delivery creating litter in his neighborhood. And those are our written comments that we received today, before noon today.
All right, so we're going to move on to the receipt of public comments for folks in the room or on the internet. You can speak now, or you can speak when the item you're interested in is going to be called. So right now, you can speak and leave or whatever you might want to do, or you can wait until the item that you want to speak on is called. It's your choice. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes so we can get out of here at a reasonable hour, and state your name and address for the record. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the first speaker?
Yes, and I am going to be juggling between people who are online and people who are in the room, so I apologize if we're not as quick as usual. We're going to start out with Aaron Crampshore. Are you ready to go? Yeah? Okay.
All right. Hello, good evening. First of all, thank you, Mayor Tarter, Vice Mayor Hardy, members of City Council, city staff, the public. I know that it says on there, so I'm Erin Campshire. I'm the chair of CACT, so I promise you I'm not going to take a full 5 minutes for each of the 2 memos that I have submitted. But I will say that my notes have become coloring pages over here, so I'll try to be quick. I think the bottom line is I'm going to give you guys the what in the memos, but not necessarily the why. I think that's pretty fully fleshed out there. There are 2 memos. One, I think you've actually heard both of the subjects. One of them is on the trail crossings for WNOD. I do hope that at some point in the future we can look at, and I know that CACT recommends long-term that we look at moving the stop signs from the trail to the street. And I know that that's consistent with what Alexandria City is doing. That's consistent with what we see in Montgomery County, also Rock Creek Park. And there's places on the GW Parkway that also just have yield signs. I don't know that necessarily answers the mail right now, because I think that there is an inherent safety issue today, and I think that the long term may have to wait. So at least the compromise that CACT is presenting to City Council is to just add the stop signs for vehicles to stop. Unfortunately, we see a lot of inconsistencies, right? Like, I will stop for a bike and I will motion them across, especially if it's a child, but that's not necessarily consistent with what every car is doing, and I think that poses an unsafe condition. So the recommendation is to add stop signs at the road, and hopefully later in the future, we can look at making this a little bit more progressive and potentially having the yield signs once the dual crossings are in place and so forth. So that's the first one. Pending any questions, I can just go on to the second memo. Okay. All right. So the second question is also on Park Avenue. Unfortunately, and maybe this is because I didn't come into CACT until a little bit later, I didn't get a chance, or at least I know that fellow members of CAC told me that they weren't given the opportunity to comment on the 30% plans. So all of our comments to city staff at the 60% time were only focused on paint and signage and policy. So all things that can be implemented from the 60% and later. And from those things, we had, I think, 18 to 22 comments. There's a little bit of overlap in some of them. Back to city staff, I think the overwhelming opinion from CACT is that we would appreciate if some more consideration could be taken on some of our comments. And so what I talked about with Councilman Snyder and Wyatt Shields at the last CACT meeting is that we would, CACT would get together, and in many emails we found 3 kind of hot topics and 1 policy choice that we were recommending. The first is the side streets that connect Broad and Park are not compliant to the bicycle master plan, and we really feel that that is very important. If that's something the city wants to do, we should continue to do that. The second one is infrastructure and parking. If we want this to be a bicycle boulevard and we want to encourage people to bicycle, there needs to be safe and convenient places to park bikes, right? Parking at a stop sign is not necessarily a safe decision because, and this is a third recommendation, the sidewalk intrusions pose a safety hazard, especially considering people like my daughter are probably going to be biking on the sidewalk because there are no dedicated bike lanes. And that means, you know, from the sidewalk intrusions perspective, I think I do get 5 minutes, though. I promise you I won't use 5 minutes.
It's fine.
Anyway,
Keep going.
from the sidewalk intrusions perspective, as we look forward, we want to make sure that the wayfinding signs, the utility poles are coordinated with the greenery and the street trees that we know that we want to see, so that, you know, you don't have bikes running into strollers and so forth. And then the last policy perspective, and I know this is in the memo, is, you know, what can we do from a policy and signage perspective to reduce the volume? Because I know that the speed limits will become 20 miles an hour, and that does make it safer, but at the end of the day, the more volume you have on a street, the more unsafe conditions you find for pedestrians, for kids, for elderly folks, for handicap, for everybody. So I think that's all I have. Those are the 2 memos, and pending any questions, I will depart.
All right. Well, you don't have to depart, but thank you for your
We'll
comments.
see how long my daughter holds up.
All right.
So thank you so much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City staff. Thank you for working with us on these, and thank you, City Council. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your service, and I would just ask the city manager maybe during your time to address both points, Nova Parks and the trail, and also the 60%, et cetera. So anyway, thank you very much. Next speaker.
Yes, on remote, we have Helen Abadzi, and anybody who's speaking from Teams, I will let you know when you have 30 seconds left so that you can stay within your 3 minutes. But we have Helen Abadzi. Are you available now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, thank you very much. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. By now it's 3
I hear
o'clock
you're
morning,
in
actually.
Greece.
In Greece.
Yeah.
And
welcome.
I had participated in a previous meeting of that sort. And actually, I wrote a letter, which I circulated through a friend, Ms. Justin, because we hear the large problems of the U.S. being single-family zoned, being unable to host people to where people who work in Arlington County, Fairfax County, the City of Falls Church, etc., Alexandria, cannot afford to live there. They have to come from Manassas, PG County, or even further. And frankly, that was always strange to me because I am in Greece. I'm a Greek. We've spent 50 years in the U.S., but right now I am in Greece. And the proximity to the other houses here in the apartments is something that would surprise you. But then people love to become tourists in Europe to go and see all of these structures that are close to each other. I don't know if it is possible to share screen. I think it's been disabled because I was going to show you the view from my back bedroom to the balcony across from this. I mean, it's something like 15 feet. And what we see inside from the balcony is the flowers of the next balcony. And we have, of course, a curtain that keeps the two apart. It seems like in the U.S. and in Falls Church, most of the same could be happening. We heard, particularly from older people, and I myself am 72, how they wanted, they bought these houses and they wanted to retain, be able to have a good view from the windows. And there is nothing much to sacrifice once you get used to it. Close the curtains. Then you can open the curtains and see when neighbors buy a few houses. We see here, for example. I wish again I could show you, but I see that looks like I cannot share. Can I? Some of these to where this is not terrible. Quite the opposite. The U.S., in order to now accommodate people, needs to have much denser housing, and there's no one who's going to lose a whole lot. You're within your house, whether you see outside
30
or not.
seconds.
It's your choice. It's quite remarkable because you just talked about 75 years from Falls Church. Back then, of course, there were much fewer people. So my desire is for the City of Falls Church to actually pass denser housing in the transitional areas and everywhere else. And I think Justine has my photos. If she wants to pass them to pass them to other people, that'll be easy because I cannot see.
And that is your
I cannot
time.
share screen. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Next, we have Allison Brown, followed by Mustafa El Nahas online.
I'm Allison Brown. I live at 706 Poplar Drive. I've lived there for about 18 years. And since I moved here, Falls Church has grown and changed in positive ways. I'm especially excited for the new home for Creative Cauldron, our wonderful arts organization in Little City, who will get an expanded home in the new Broaden Washington project. At this point, we need more diversity of housing, especially mid-sized units. The metropolitan area around here is growing, and smart growth in Falls Church City will help more people live close to great amenities and reduce suburban sprawl. I support the transitional zoning proposal, including allowing buildings in the transition zones to reach 45 feet by right. I also support more housing over parking requirements. The T-zone lots have accessible public transportation by bus service, easy to get to Metro, and Falls Church City does have adequate parking for residents. I'm very comfortably able to park whenever I'm out and about in downtown Falls Church. Building new parking is expensive, and it represents an opportunity cost in terms of other things that would be more useful for City of Falls Church. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. El Nahas, are you online?
Yes.
Okay, and I will say 30 seconds when you get close to your 3-minute limit.
All right.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you very much. Okay, hello, Falls Church City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. My name is Mustafa Nahas, and I'm here today to voice my strong support for the T-zone proposal. As a resident living next to West Falls Church Station and leading a car-free lifestyle, I understand the significance of these transition zones in our community. We're in the midst of a housing crisis and we need more diverse housing options. In recent years, the availability of mid-sized homes and townhomes has diminished in Falls Church. If we don't provide the opportunities to create more townhomes, duplexes, and other missing middle housing, the problem will only get worse. It will get worse because we're also in the midst of major demographic and population changes. To just keep pace with demand, our entire region will need over 300,000 new homes. If we do not take proactive measures to address the housing shortage, we will push people farther away from our city, creating more sprawl. And when we welcome people to Falls Church, we all benefit, including our community businesses. Our local shops thrive with more customers, and employees no longer have to suffer long commutes to get to work. While the T-zone proposal won't address all of our housing needs, it's a step in the right direction. We need to maximize the use of our limited land resources. This proposal will help create infill development of underutilized spaces, and that will support a more walkable and economically vibrant community. It's also crucial to recognize the positive impact that increased housing supply can have on keeping prices in check. Allowing buildings in transition zone to reach 45 feet by right strikes a balance between residential and commercial heights and offers a wider variety of housing options, including 2-over-2 townhomes. Lastly, I want to advocate for more housing over excessive parking. The T-zone lots are located near Metrobus services lines and WOD Trail, and many residents like myself and many others in my generation want to live without a car. Don't force developers to build parking for cars. They may choose to build parking because there's demand for it, but there's also growing demand for places where people can live car-free like I do. In conclusion, the proposed changes to the T-zone regulations represent a positive step towards fostering a diverse and sustainable community. It's time for us to embrace change, encourage responsible development, and collaborate to shape a bright future for Falls Church we can all call home. I express my gratitude for your attention and consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jason Douglas, followed by Kevin Harnish. And please state your name before you speak and your address.
Good evening. My name is Jason Douglas. I've lived in the city for 37 years, the last 25 at 210 West Cameron Road. In appreciation of those 37 years, I'd like to thank everyone on the council for your civic duty and your service. That's why I'm still here. There's been a lot of change in those 37 years, including 2 floods on my street and the expansion of the 100-year floodplain into my backyard. More certainly to come. But we can work towards solutions. Obviously, we have to make our community more resilient, and zoning is a key part of that. The proposed changes to T-zones will help a lot, and I strongly endorse them. These changes, in particular, have great merit, and I urge you to include them. Increase density so that we can reduce the built footprint per resident. Reduce the acceptable amount of impervious surface from 100% to 80%. That will help control stormwater. Mandating a minimum of 15% tree cover, not including street trees, will help reduce temperatures on hot, sunny days. And making parking ineligible for a primary use of a lot is a huge step in the right direction. Because of climate change and as a quality of life issue, I'm also strongly in favor of enhanced infrastructure for bicycling and walking on Park Avenue. I often cycle through the city and very rarely find a place where I can securely park my bike in a place that's intended for that purpose. I'm usually locking it to a guardrail or a signpost or a garbage can at risk of creating an obstruction on the sidewalk. If we want diverse transportation, if we want to make bicycling pleasant, we need to provide a few bike racks. And I think that should be an integral part of this project. So thank you for your time and attention. I'll give you a minute back.
Thank you. Kevin Harnish, followed by Mike Griggs. And I'm not sure if Kevin's in the room or, oh, nope, there he is.
I'm on video.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Kevin Harnish, 3819 Glenbrook Road, Fairfax, where there is no electricity. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Kevin Harnish, and I'm president of the board of directors of the Providence Players of Fairfax Theater Group. I'm here to provide an overview of our organization, our support of Falls Church community, and a preview of our upcoming season. But first, let me congratulate you on your anniversary. We are also celebrating anniversary. This is our 25th season. In residence at the James Lee Community Center Theater in Falls Church, it is one of the most successful, we are one of the most successful and vibrant community theater troupes in Washington, D.C. region. Over the past 25 years, Providence Players has produced main stage and pop-up productions. Established by a committed group of parents involved in local elementary school drama club in 1998, we remain an all-volunteer, nonprofit community theater company with hundreds of members and volunteers and over 200 individual and corporate donors. And since the move to James Lee, Providence Players has entertained over 5,000 theater patrons. We're an award-winning company. Providence Players is proud to be a member of the Washington Area Theater Community Honors Watch organization that presents annual awards for recognizing artistic and technical excellence in community theater. Since becoming a member in 2004, we have been recognized with over 100 Watch nominations and awards for quality theatrical performance and technical design achievement. We're also committed to the diverse community we serve. Our Theater Community Inclusion Project is a community outreach initiative that strives to increase participation among new audiences, particularly youth and underserved populations, by providing free tickets to those who cannot afford the price of admission, a special free student and senior preview performance for each production. Additionally, we financially support local organizations like the Tinner Hill Heritage Foundation and their annual music festival, as well as the Aurora House. As a way of nurturing future theater artists and recognizing the contribution of graduating high school seniors have made to the arts community in our region, Providence Players of Fairfax has established the Jerry Conley Scholarship for Performing Arts that provides scholarships to college-bound students from area high schools. Scholarships are given to graduating seniors with a demonstrated commitment to theater arts who have been accepted to the U.S. accredited colleges or university or conservatory program with the intent to further contribute to theater arts. We have a fabulous season planned. It starts with a classic Ira Levine's Death Trap, followed by world premiere Dash, the musical, a holiday musical that will delight audiences of all ages. The season continues with Surviving Grace by Trish Vanderberg, a moving story about a daughter's relationship with her mother who has dementia. Last but not least, the season concludes with Tracy Lett's scathing comedy, The Minutes, a riveting story of the reality of local politics.
And that is your time, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mike Griggs, followed by Merrick Watola.
Good evening. My name is Mike Griggs. I live at 110 Founders Ave. Mayor Tarter, Vice Mayor Hardy, members of the City Council, I'm speaking to you tonight to urge you to vote in favor of the proposed T-zone changes. 4 years ago, I moved to the DC region for work, and I chose to make Falls Church my home for a number of reasons, chief among them being the walkable neighborhoods, the sense of community and civic pride that I felt, and the thriving small businesses that call this city home. And 4 years later, I can confidently say that I could not be happier with that decision. With that said, there are always opportunities to build upon the success and the vibrancy of this community, and one such opportunity is before you right now. Now, I know full well that change is not always an easy process. Make no mistake, I'm hardly in favor of change just for its own sake. But the fact remains that our region is changing, whether we like it or not. Case in point, in order to just keep up with current housing demand, the DC area needs to add 320,000 new housing units in the next 7 years. And yet, the only areas of meaningful growth that we're seeing at the moment are in places like Prince William and Loudoun counties and even beyond that. And I'm not saying that those communities don't also deserve to grow, but when the driving force behind that growth is simply the need to accommodate outward sprawl, then we've got a situation that is simply unsustainable, both economically and environmentally. You see, the further out that home ownership becomes a reasonable goal for the average person, the less attractive this region looks as a place to live and work. And in the long run, that's going to have negative impacts on the area's infrastructure and its reputation as a great place to do business. Not to mention the unnecessary and harmful deforestation that would accelerate if no action is collectively taken among the communities of Northern Virginia. Meanwhile, we could be making a conscious choice to optimize land usage in more central areas where commutes are shorter, car independence is more feasible, and all the small businesses that make this community unique are just a short walk or bike ride away. The question before us tonight is not whether we allow change. As I just highlighted, change is happening. The question before us is whether we adapt to ensure that every single one of us benefits from that change. We have a unique opportunity to build upon everything that makes Falls Church an incredible place to call home, while also being part of the solution to the longer-term challenges faced by all Northern Virginia communities. And instead of shying away from that opportunity, we should be leaning into it. And it's for that reason that I urge the council to adopt the proposed changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And also, if there are folks here who signed up to come in remotely but decided to join us, if you could fill out a speaker slip and bring it up here, it will help us keep ourselves a little more organized. Thanks. And our next speaker is Merrick Watola, followed by Justine Underhill. Is Merrick here? Justine, are you ready to go? Okay. And then we'll have Charlie Lord after.
Hello, can you hear me? Great. Hi, my name is Justine Underhill. I originally got involved in city policy because of walking and biking. I live only 6 blocks from City Hall, and yet I actually usually drive here because biking is fairly scary, especially on Great Falls Street. There are a bunch of different topics on the docket tonight, and I want to touch on a few of the different topics, but I especially want to start out with some that are not going to get as much attention tonight. And so the first one is Park Avenue. I realize that we do have $10 million in funding that we can't keep sitting on, so I get the urgency to keep pushing the project along. But we're redoing Park Avenue for the next 40 years, and we absolutely want it to reflect the future of our city. I don't think anyone in this room wants a future of Park Avenue that's clogged with cars. At the very least, we can replace at least 3 parking spots with bike racks. That's 30 bikes instead of 3 cars, and that's 3 spaces out of 90. If we value quiet, safe, clean streets, then let's have our public space reflect these values. There's also tons of evidence that bike infrastructure is good for business. There's huge demand for bikeable, walkable spaces, not just in large cities like New York City or Toronto, but also Indianapolis and Salt Lake City. So Salt Lake City, for example, after installing bike infrastructure, retail sales in that area went up by 8.8%. And so my understanding is that there's a concern that businesses, especially along Park Avenue, won't sign off on 3 spaces for bike parking. And so if that is the case, I actually want to make a sincere offer to City Council, to city staff. Let me know which businesses are against this or have concerns. I will personally reach out to them in a very kind and calm manner, try to get them on board. We can have a win for our businesses and a win for a slightly more beautiful, more sustainable, safer Falls Church. I would also include that I would support our bike master plan and including bike boxes on Little Falls and North Maple. I do have a few quick notes on the Quinn project as well as on T-zones. So for the Quinn project, if we value walkability in the city, it's key that we have differentiated, activated retail along Maple Avenue. So if we want, what we want is we want outdoor dining space, we want planters, we want signage. Having a civic foundation frontage or possibly a loading dock on Maple doesn't necessarily accomplish those goals. I would also encourage City Council to ask for the shops to be visibly differentiated. Pearson Square, Pike and Rose, Mosaic all do that quite well. And finally, on the T-zones, I have 8 seconds left. I will submit my comments in writing. Just a quick note that I know that there are more changes to come, but I want to thank you guys for listening, and I will be listening and taking notes the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Charlie Lord. Thought you were online.
I thought you were having second thoughts about calling me.
I see you on here. So
Okay.
you're everywhere.
Well, good evening, members of the council. My name is Charlie Lord. I live at 222 Little Falls Street. First, I wanted to just say that I think that the stop sign should be moved to the street right away because it is not safe. People are accustomed to stopping on the street, or should be, and the bike should be allowed first pass. So I couldn't agree more with that comment. It's something that's really struck my family and I as we've seen that happen. What I really wanted to talk about, though, tonight was Park Avenue, and I'm glad that the City Council is receiving a number of comments about that tonight. No visitor to Falls Church could come on a Saturday morning or a Memorial Day and not understand that Park Avenue is the heart of our community. It is an essential meeting place. It really was what defines us as far as the place that we are and the town that we are. It's precious, it's green, it needs better sidewalks, definitely, but it is beloved. It's pedestrian friendly, and it's something that we would want to treat with great care and consideration before doing very substantial changes. So the Park Avenue Great Street project is the project that I wanted to talk about. On the substance of it, there are concerns about its impact on small businesses. A 2-year construction period is anticipated, spillover traffic on neighboring streets, environmental issues, loss of dozens of mature trees. If you look at the plans, the critical root zones of the trees are all these mature trees are affected by this plan. The rising temperatures on the sidewalks because of that, the groundwater and the stormwater issues that presents, the lack of biking and a dedicated bike lane. These are all topics that were addressed in August of 2022 when the city had its one and only public walkthrough of this area. It was well attended, and obviously it was an area of great interest to the community. About 80 people showed up, and the city council had a meeting immediately after that. Vice Mayor Hardy, Councilmember Leon, both indicated that you'd received a lot of communications about how people had major concerns about the project. And you both expressed how the city needed to be doing more outreach on this essential project for the future of our town. At that time, that was a 30% presentation that was given to the public. The city manager indicated that already at that time of that council meeting, there were more at 45 to 50%, but that the community would be informed in advance of the 60% meeting, or 60% submission. Months went by, my wife, Erin Flynn, came to the council and said, we haven't seen anything as far as additional public outreach. What's happening? And then the city manager indicated the following week that actually the 60% plans had already been submitted to VDOT for approval, after having said that at 60% right-of-way issues are pretty much already set in stone. So it's really greatly concerning, and members of the council themselves expressed surprise that the plan had been submitted without it at least coming back to council. Now we're about to embark on a 90% proposal at a time where there still has not been additional outreach to the broader community. This is a town with residents who care deeply about the future of the community. They're really well informed about this project. And so I would really suggest that this is an area where it's not just a matter where the city knows best and doesn't need the input of the public, but the public really should be consulted before the plans progress any farther. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we might have Erin Flynn online. Is that correct?
Hi, Celeste. Yeah, I'm online under Charlie's
Okay, that's why I was
account and
confused.
listening. But yeah, Charlie was going to talk about Great Streets, and I'll actually come over when we swap out on T-zones later. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Aaron Wilkowitz, followed by Clint Brockman.
Here we go. Hey there, I'm Aaron Wilkowitz. I am here to fully support T-zones at the highest height and density that you will allow, and the lowest parking density that you will allow. Full transparency, I'm a Fairfax County resident, but I am only 2 houses away from the city, and I spend the vast majority of my time in the city. I feel like I'm a part of the community if you'll have me. I have 3 reasons why I support this T-zone at, again, the highest possible density. And it's about avoiding crises or mitigating crises that already exist. The first one is our housing affordability crisis. The idea that people have to spend, millions of dollars to be able to live somewhere, that is not humane. That is not a good way to exist as a society. We fundamentally need more homes. I've got a 14-month-old at home, and I'm terrified that if I don't do enough right now, he won't be able to afford a home here in 30 years. And I want to do everything I can for him, but I also want to do everything I can for folks in the next 5, 10, 20 years, and it starts with adding as many homes as possible right now. Second is an environmental crisis. So all of the sprawl that exists from us having so much land dedicated to single-family homes means that we have sprawl and an environmental crisis. We need denser housing to lower our carbon emissions. We need denser housing to make sure that people don't have to commute from miles away, from counties away, and instead they can live in this great city. And finally, we have what I think will become a community crisis. At some point, when people can no longer afford to live here, when people have to commute as long as they have to do, we all suffer. Our community suffers. Businesses suffer because they don't have enough customers that can walk and bike readily to their businesses. I think you're going to hear a number of arguments today against T-zones. You're going to hear things like, oh, it's too big, it's too tall, it's too ugly, it's too close. I would say all the crises that we have far outweigh any of those aesthetic concerns. I'd also say that buildings are beautiful. I love the speaker who spoke from Greece, where, yeah, we all visit Europe because we visit Manhattan, we visit DC. We love these spaces that have all these houses close together and all these amenities close together, but we don't want to do that for our own community. It doesn't make sense. The second thing you might hear tonight is that, hey, what about the trees, right? We're going to be cutting down all these trees to build more in the T-zones. What I would say is we are missing the literal forest for the trees, because instead of saving a few trees here or there in the city, we are literally knocking down hundreds of acres of trees in Loudoun County and Prince William County. We're causing more emissions from people that are, driving from all over the area, and we're actually causing way more environmental destruction by insisting that things remain at low densities here. You also might hear tonight that there's not enough affordable housing in these plans. That seems to be maybe the most absurd argument of all, because people saying that don't want to build more affordable housing. They want to take away the small bit of housing that we're trying to build. For those reasons, again, I support T-zones at the highest density. I hope that you legalize housing, as my shirt says. Thank you guys very much for your time.
Thank you.
Clint Brackman, are you here for public comment?
Hi, this is Clint Brackman. I'm actually in attendance as a component of our next agenda item for Quinn Enterprises.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry for that. We have Elizabeth Wilcox online and then Joseph Shirizi. Ms. Wilcox, are you online?
I am.
Oh, great.
I wasn't planning to speak, but now that I have the floor, I will. I am a resident at 216 Great Falls Street, and I am in opposition of the T-zones and what has been proposed. Keeping it short, I do agree that there has been a lack of and responsiveness of community input on the development of the T-zone areas. On the latest staff report, I do still have concerns about the level of development envisioned for these T-zone areas. And then again, also participating in meetings in the past, I think there's been a lack of research on traffic overflow on surrounding streets, particularly Great Falls Street, where I'm a resident of, as well as the population density and impact on our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. And Joseph Shirizi is next, followed by James Thompson.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Shirizi. I live at 321 Gundry Drive in Winter Hill. My comments this evening do not represent any organization and are just for myself. I'm here this evening to strongly voice my support for the proposed T-zone changes. I think there has been enough community input. I've been personally providing community input for well over a year doing this. I know definitely over 10,000 hours have been spent by members of this community providing input. And I'd like to remind everyone this evening that we are in a housing crisis. We have not been meeting the housing demand regionally or in Falls Church for decades. And it's gotten so bad that townhouses in Falls Church are $800,000. They're not supposed to be $800,000 for a townhouse. Where I live in Winter Hill is a really, really beautiful place to live. It's also the most dense neighborhood in the city. It's a great way of life, and I think more people should be able to enjoy it, and those type of neighborhoods should be legalized across the city. When Winter Hill was built, it was created as a working class, blue collar, lots of teachers, nurses that lived there, and working folks. And I've talked to a lot of owners who are older and bought their houses, 50 years ago when it was built. Now those houses, and that's when they were brand new. Now they're 70 years old, and they're completely out of reach for the average worker, the average young family, the average public school teacher, or nurse, or firefighter, or the people that we rely on for services in this city deserve to be able to afford to live here. And I think that's currently pretty much impossible. And much of your city staff would agree with you if you talk to them. Most of the city staff for Falls Church doesn't live in the city, and I think we're creating a further crisis societally because of that. Falls Church is an amazing city. I love it here. I want to live here for a very long time. But it's just that. It's a city. It's an amazing city. It's not a village. We're not a village of farmhouses anymore, and it's time to start acting like a city, because this is the way things are going, and this is where we are now. Environmentally, it's the right thing to do to increase density on transit corridors, and we don't have time to waste on that. So I beg this council this evening, please move forward with the proposed T-zone changes. Lots of compromises have been made. I feel like a lot of input has been taken by the city staff, and that's evident in the fact that we're only having a first reading now when there's been 20 different versions of this bill put out there. Last point, please do not do anything to Park Ave that stops there from being a bike lane in the future, like bulb outs that are incompatible. If you do that, it will be a generational mistake, and I will never forgive you. Thank you.
Yes, we have James Thompson, followed by Edith Snyder. Mr. Thompson, are you
Good
on?
evening, everyone.
Oh, hi.
And hear me okay?
We can hear you, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, thanks. Mayor Tarter, Vice Mayor Hardy, City Council members, I'll keep this short. My name is James Thompson. I live at 245 Gundry Drive. I've lived here for 10 years. And the last couple of years, I've been the president of the Winter Hill Community Association. We represent hundreds of folks that live in our community and 194 townhomes that are adjacent to Maple Avenue and Virginia Village and the site of the proposed Quinn and Homestretch development. As noted earlier in the meeting, we have some significant current concerns about the building and the planned development. I don't want to rehash everything that was in our letter, as it should be in your council package. And I will say that we appreciate the City Council and the Quinn Homestretch teams for speaking with us previously. We're not against the development at all, but we would appreciate our concerns being addressed and the concerns of our hundreds of residents. We'd like those to be addressed in earnest before the proposal is sent onto boards and committees. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Edith Snyder, followed by Alexandra Ramey.
Good evening, Council. I'm Edith Snyder, 116 Great Falls Street. I'm here tonight with Peng Si Heinem, 206 North Lee Street. We're pleased to introduce you to a new website, Falls Church Pulse, at fallschurchpulse.org, and to invite you to explore and refer your constituents to it. The purpose of Falls Church Pulse is to organize and curate information about key development and related housing, environmental, and other issues facing our city. Our goal is to provide original source materials, such as city documents, videos, and citizen comments submitted for the public record in an easy-to-navigate format. While this information is generally publicly available online, it is not always readily accessible. Try to follow any topic being discussed by this City Council, let alone our myriad boards and commissions, and a resident is confronted with the daunting task of plowing through the agenda for every meeting, viewing hours of video recordings, and reading many pages of documents. We hope to shorten and focus that process to ensure an informed citizenry. Falls Church Pulse also welcomes analytical pieces that synthesize and interpret data and provide investigative reporting in order to gain a better understanding of the issues before us. These bylined articles are original works that over time we hope will be provided by a variety of contributors. In creating and maintaining this website, we rely on volunteer city residents who follow topics of interest to them. These citizens have given their time to curate and make available materials on Falls Church Pulse and to further explore and analyze them so that we may all benefit. They have extracted source information and provided perspectives to allow us a quick read on that issue or project. This work can be viewed as taking a pulse on a topic, allowing readers to decide if they want to dive deeper and perhaps act on a subject of particular concern to them by speaking before you, the Planning Commission, or other boards and commissions, volunteering to serve on appointed bodies, or ultimately running for elected office. To contribute materials, including analyses of issues and their impacts, or to offer feedback on this website, we invite you and others to contact us at fallschurchpulse@gmail.com. Peng Si is the volunteer webmaster for Falls Church Pulse. The volunteer editorial team includes Mary Chavez and me. We are longtime city residents and retired professionals in technology, economics, journalism, and publishing. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Alexandra Ramey, followed by Jean Gresco. Hi, we can see you.
Hi.
and hear you.
Awesome. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name is Alex Ramey. I am currently renting an apartment at 809 West Broad Street, and I am here tonight virtually to express my strong support for the proposed updates to T-zones, which will allow for more diverse and affordable housing in Falls Church. So why do I support this change? First, more housing diversity makes Falls Church inclusive for people with various incomes, cultures, and life stages, which enhances the vibrancy of our community. Updating the regulations for T-zones provides a unique opportunity to increase housing stock and diversity in spaces that are currently underutilized. The proposed updates will allow for more in different kinds of housing in our city. So, for example, increasing the by right building height to 45 feet enables property owners the flexibility to build diverse housing types like 2-over-2 townhouses and duplexes. This building height, which fits squarely between the 35-foot residential and the 55-foot commercial heights, is ideal for a transition zone. Second, while the T-zone proposal is not a silver bullet for affordable housing, it's a move in the right direction. I might not be able to buy a brand new 3-bedroom townhouse in a T-zone, but increasing housing supply does prevent real estate prices from skyrocketing all over town. Furthermore, increasing housing stock and diversity does help stabilize housing costs, even for renters like me. A study from Pew released earlier this year shows that more flexible zoning to allow for more housing correlates with slower rises in the cost of rent. Tyson's was actually one of the cases included in that study. From 2017 to 2021, Tyson's increased the number of homes by 23%, and from 2017 to 2023, rent only rose 4%, compared with the national average of 31%. Lastly, I want to share my personal experience with housing in Falls Church. Since moving here over a year ago, I've come to deeply appreciate what makes Falls Church a great place to live. Access to the WNOD, concerts at the State Theater, Lazy Mike's ice cream, and being able to live car-free for the first time in my adult life. But when my lease is up in October, I'm not sure if I will be able to afford to keep living here. And I know that I'm not alone. This is, as other speakers have said, an intergenerational issue. There are thousands of people my age and younger who are being priced out of the housing market. To close, I know that the changes made to T-zones as well as other city efforts for affordable housing might not solve, my problems for me right now, but that's okay. I still support the T-zone proposal in the hope that moving forward, this will help a wider range of people enjoy the high quality of life found in Falls Church. And really quickly, speaking of quality of life, I do want to briefly express my agreement with those who spoke earlier about Park Avenue, including adding on-street bike parking and a bike box at Little Falls and North Maple. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jean Gresco, followed by Robin Ramey.
Hi, I'm Gene Gresco. I live at 120 North Fairfax Street. I'm also a member of the BZA, but these are my own comments. I want to talk about T-zones. Specifically, I'm struggling to understand the latest T-zone proposal as how it will incentivize workforce, moderate, low-income housing as stated on row 226 of the staff report. Basically, I see 3 types of housing: townhouses, apartments, and condos. For townhouses, it's not remotely possible to come close to 35 units per acre, which is the point that ADUs kick in. You just can't do it. If you can, please tell me. So what would be developed if you can't add ADUs to the proposal? Well, let's take an example. The Toll Brothers is building a nearly sold-out townhouse project on McGarrity Street in McLean called Union Park. The smallest 1,586 square foot units are going for $920K. That's before all their upselling. Not very workforce friendly, in my opinion. As for apartments, I also doubt you can reach 35 units per acre. So here, a developer, to maximize profitability, will probably follow the lead of Founders Row, where the largest two-bedroom unit at 2,550 square feet rents for $3,900 per month. And a developer will probably build larger three-bedroom units for even larger per month. Again, for a working person, that's pretty steep rent. As for condos, I'm sorry I don't have any comps on that one. But again, I'm struggling to see will you be able to build at over 35 units per acre to get the ADUs to kick in. So when you start talking about T-zones and that element that says it was supposed to generate working, middle, low housing, I would love to hear, from staff and comments on how it will do that. Because when I look at comps around here, I just don't see it happening. Because I hear these young folks that would love it, that would love lower housing costs. This isn't going to do it. Stop, Joe. Stop. I'm talking now, Joe. I'm talking now, Joe. You had your turn. Thank Joe.
All right, all of y'all, let's just simmer it down just a bit. Anyway, everybody, I got it. Finish up. Please finish up. You have the floor.
Thank you.
All right. Now, let's be
Robin.
respectful. Everyone be respectful of each other. I think we can manage that here.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Robin Ramey, followed by Fred Thompson.
Good evening. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes, and we can see you. Thank you.
Awesome. I'm Robin Ramey. I live at 809 West Broad. I'm here tonight to voice my support for the proposed T-zone updates. Updating T-zone codes presents a practical approach that could help us move a small but meaningful step towards a more inclusive and balanced housing landscape. It's no secret, obviously, from hearing a lot of comments tonight, that our region is grappling with a housing crisis. In fact, I was recently told by a realtor that when it comes to housing, Falls Church is already full. I disagree with that, but I think it captures the essence of our dilemma. High demand for housing clashes with our limited space. For our city, addressing this challenge is a matter of wise and responsible use of our resources. That's why it's imperative to use every tool and every opportunity to address the housing crisis head on. I see the current updates to our T-zone regulations as one such opportunity. In Falls Church, the housing crisis presents as not just a shortfall in housing stock, but also a shortage of options. There's a clear gap in our market for mid-sized homes, such as townhouses, duplexes, and fourplexes. The shortage of mid-range housing, which is sometimes referred to as the missing middle, makes it hard to match real housing needs with available homes in the city. The proposed T-zone plan provides the flexibility necessary to allow for missing middle housing in transitional zones. It accomplishes this through targeted adjustments that allow for flexible building designs while remaining firmly between the regulations set for commercial and residential zones. Including flexibility for mid-range housing could unlock the unique potential of T-zone parcels, as missing middle housing naturally creates more balanced neighborhoods, increases economic diversity, and provides support for local businesses that are in adjacent commercial zones. And I want to be clear that I don't represent the missing middle. My income and my housing needs fall significantly short of middling. And yet I'm here supporting this proposal because I understand that increasing middle range housing stock impacts the affordability and the availability of all housing at all levels in Falls Church. Studies show that when opportunities in the middle of the market are created, people take them. This, in turn, opens more housing opportunities at the lower end of the market for people who have been excluded from even the lowest rungs of homeownership in the city, people like me. Put simply, this is a proposal that makes wise use of the city's limited space. It accommodates the growing need for not just more, but more diverse housing. It puts the city in a better position to adapt to changing demographics and remains in keeping with the purpose and the spirit of transitional zones. By letting go of our attachment to the status quo and embracing this proposal, we open our doors to more balanced neighborhoods. We invite more diverse community, and we provide a chance for more people, including myself, to call the little city home. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Fred Thompson, followed by Sandy Mitchell.
Okay, many people have spoken tonight about T-zones, and they've spoken about it from a philosophical and abstract sort of basis. I've actually spent a lot of time with the law, as all of you know, and trying to understand it, because ultimately it's what is in the law that is in effect, not a philosophy or a generality. In that respect, I guess I would say that this new first reading really eliminates all council guardrails over the regulatory control and development of, and relinquishes those to private interests. Let's look at who wins and who loses. Several people have talked about middle-income residents and the missing middle. This is engineered toward a specific price point, $800,000, and the Brookings Institute defines missing middle as incomes in the area of $37,000 to $147,000. It's very hard for me to imagine anybody in that income level with a car payment and a mortgage and normal expenses buying an $800,000 condo. That seems to be the goal here. Secondly, more affordable housing. I've talked to almost all of you, and 6 out of 7 of you, I haven't talked to the 7th, have told me they see no affordable housing coming out of this. Zero. People who have petitioned the government, and we've had over 500 people sign a petition. We've had many other people speak, dozens really, and most of the people that have spoken in favor have been like the people who just spoke, who talk about missing middle, talk about affordable housing, but it's just not in this law. Citizens who believe the transition zone should provide an actual transition. This doesn't really lower heights. Under the SUP, a building can be within 4 feet of the Broadway. The density could be 60 units per acre. The Broadway is only 51. So either in height or density, it's not really a transition. And I think people have an issue with that. We certainly have an issue with that. People who believe in open representative government. There was a lot of talk about engagement, even in the opening statement about engagement with the public. The engagement has been the very minimum that the law requires. There's been no opportunity for people to talk, share views, come to consensus. There's been no engagement in this process. I'm sorry. Citizens who support protection for the environment. The Environmental Sustainability Council did make excellent recommendations to the Planning Commission, but by moving all residential out of the SUP process, basically none of those recommendations, except for the parking one, none of those recommendations will hold force here. So we really are not doing anything for the environment here. Parking is certainly going to be an issue. It's not planned. And then let's look quickly at who's the winner here. The winner is basically real estate developers. That's the only group I can identify that's a winner. They'll be able to build large residential and commercial buildings of equal height and density to the Broadway without making any of the contributions to the city or having to take any responsibility to correct any adverse impacts that their buildings build. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Sandy Mitchell, followed by Jimmy Jung. Ms. Mitchell? Thank you.
I am an attendee, but not a presenter.
Okay. You're good to go because we can hear you and see you, and I will time you for 3 minutes. Thank you.
No, I am simply an attendee.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
All right, so you are just listening tonight. You're not speaking. You have an opportunity
I understand. Thank you.
But thank you for listening, and if you change your mind, you're welcome to speak later on. Let's go on to our next speaker.
Okay, we have Jimmy Jung and then Luther Swift.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Jung from 203 North Lee Street. It was moments ago when I circled it on the paper. It's been quite a while now, but you guys adopted a proposal that cites the extraordinary civic engagement that is key to the city's long-term success and to preserving a small-town character with a deep commitment to progress and inclusivity. I object to the T-zone proposal. It strikes at the heart of our small-town character. I recognize that everybody is very concerned about housing, and I object to characterizations by anybody that would call the people that have been objecting to this T-zone little people who seem unenlightened. There has been a kind of pushback at these people that just don't care about housing. We do care about housing. This is not that solution. We're talking about, Paul, you can help me out here, 3%, 4% of the city is in the T-zones? Something like that, some teeny tiny little bit. That is not going to solve the housing crisis. And as apparently some of you have told Fred, there is going to be no affordable housing here. So taking this change in our very, very sensitive transition zones and pushing it through is not going to help any of that. Instead, it's going to strike at this small town character we've worked so hard to preserve. Park Avenue, as many folks have said, is critical. It's part of the lifeblood here, and we will lose that. I do want to say that, yes, we do need to do something about housing. It's important. It's just that this isn't it. Yes, we do need, I would love to see another Winter Hill, but that's not going to be this. We know that. So for all those reasons, I stand against the T-zones. As an aside, I stand with the bikers and the things that they've asked you for this evening, but that's a little off topic. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Luther Swift, followed by Kathleen Thompson.
I was actually listening as well, but I agree with Jimmy. I side with the cyclists and the infrastructure, but I had no intentions of speaking this evening. I'm sorry. You can move on to the next speaker.
Thank you. And anybody who is online who wishes to speak, if you could raise your digital hand, that would be helpful to me. This is a different process than we usually use. Thank you, Nancy. I see you, and we will get to you after Ms. Thompson.
Good evening. I hope you can hear me. My ears stopped up, so I don't know if I'm loud or soft. Kathy Thompson, 502 West Broad Street. I'm going to talk about the transition rezoning process, not the details of whatever's in this latest draft. There's a saying, you shouldn't watch how legislation or sausages is made. I have talked to people in Fairfax and Arlington and have been assured that their city governments don't work by having their leaders get into the weeds and draft legislation and then send it to the planning process and public input. I've used a phrase that I don't use in public, that this seems blank backwards. So I still have problems with the process. I left town at 11 a.m. Thursday morning and nothing had been released about the latest staff draft. And I just came back a few hours ago. And since it took me a few extra hours, because I heard the whole federal government got out at the same time I was trying to move through town, but I did make it here. I haven't had the opportunity to go through this latest thing. I wonder if most people have actually done so or just looked at the charts, summary charts. As shown by a detailed analysis I submitted to you all last week about the last draft, the charts in the actual draft ordinance had some notable disconnects. I understand the staff has corrected some of the conspicuous technical problems, such as failing to put in its lengthy draft ordinance the whole list of new commercial uses that existed. By the way, a list that has never been discussed by anyone on the council or anyone on the planning, or even asked how that list came up. I noticed that the staff report doesn't include something that was provided on the walking tour, what one council member referred to as the scary box. This is the drawing of what the maximum size of a building could look like along Park and Lee Streets. That scary box is exactly what scares us at the Broadway. I must have missed the public meeting where the council made the major decisions to radically cut down the average size of units by 25% to 1,500 square feet and to dictate other additional building requirements. That's now found in this latest staff report. Those things clearly undermine the ability to build townhouses along Park Avenue. And the walking tour showed that really for all the discussion about 58 parcels, we would have had to take a shuttle bus. Instead, we walked 2 blocks on Park Avenue. There were 130 people that showed up, by the way. But it seems to me, I don't see how a townhouse community could be built under these new changes that I have at least looked through the charts and started looking through the language of. As usual, with every step in this process, there has been little or no explanation about changes. They're just new provisions, such as the table in calculating affordable housing requirements. There was one table, and now there's a new table. It's jaw-dropping to think that the plan is for the council tonight to vote for this first reading, have the Planning Commission act in 1 month in the dead of summer, with the council's final action in early September. I hope you vote no, not yet, tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Nancy Ingrasano, followed by Shelley Murphy. Thank you.
Yes, hello. I'm Nancy Ingressano, and you've heard from me before. I live on the second floor of the Broadway, and all my windows are within 10 feet of a neighboring T-zone property line. I'm back again because what you are considering to approve has not substantially changed in terms of height and location of new buildings on T-zone properties. I've heard it said that when making a decision on T-zones, it's important for the City Council to be fair. I presume that is when regarding the T-zone property owners' rights to develop their property for their best interests, but it should also mean being fair to existing property owners. I'm here again because despite what the public has said, you don't seem to fully understand. I think if we only say it in a different way, or if we paint a different picture, you will understand that several of us will be left owning and living in a type of visual prison. And I don't think that's an overstatement. Please close your eyes and let your brain see nothing but a wall about 20 feet from all your windows, climbing 30 feet or so above your head, being able to see nothing else 24/7. Isn't that like a prison residence according to US standards and not European standards? You, the City Council, built the Broadway, built my home, potentially facing that sunless, cheerless wall, totally facing me in. Of course, you personally weren't on the City Council then and didn't design the layout of the Broadway. But as a member of the Falls Church City Council, you are responsible for it being what it is. And now you have the power to drastically and negatively change my life and well-being. It doesn't matter what T-zone owners say they will do next, or if they are even planning a next. You are giving them a get-out-of-jail-free card. You will be writing and sealing my future with the T-zone regulations you approve. You talk about fairness. I would like to add one aspect for your consideration. A T-zone property owner has the freedom of future design. They can envision their new buildings in multiple ways that are only limited by your parameters. They can design all building windows to have a normal view, at the same time taking that away from me. I don't have an equal freedom. I cannot change how my home is situated. You already determined that. I cannot change the view of my world by even an inch. If I want a window on the world, it will only display what you put in front of me. So now tell me, since you are proposing what can happen here, how is that being fair to me? We at the Broadway are in your care and should be in your heart because you sought to be in an elected position that has the power to affect my future.
And that's
Likewise,
fine, ma'am.
Likewise, we should be fully in your fairness equation. You have the power to do that, but that is not evident yet. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Shelley Murphy, followed by Nader Baruch.
Good evening. I'm Shelley Murphy. I am not a Falls Church resident, but I am on the board and leadership council for the Northern Virginia Affordable Housing Alliance, and some of you know me as the former CEO at Wesley Housing. I wanted to speak tonight in support of the T-zone proposal, and I see my video just went away, but you saw me for a moment, so that's good enough. Anyway, I'd like to talk about it from a slightly different point of view than many of the other speakers have who've spoken in favor already. I do want to highlight that there is a need for housing across the region and in the city of Falls Church. Housing diversity has actually declined over the last 20 years, both nationally and in Falls Church. And this is especially true for affordable home ownership options. So that's something that hasn't been discussed tonight. If you look at the kind of options that the T-zone proposal would allow, including townhomes and 2/2 condominiums, these are essentially the starter homes of today. So when we talk about having a vibrant, diverse community, we also want it to be vibrant and diverse, not only for those who've lived here throughout their lives, but for those who want to come in and be a part of the community. And home ownership of the single-family homes is increasingly less affordable, and this gives an entry point for not only younger families who can come in and with their children and add to the vibrancy and diversity of the Falls Church community, but also for older homeowners who may want to sell their home, downsize, still retain an ownership position, and be a part of the community that they've lived in. I support all the points that have been made by the other speakers, and I really want to thank Mayor Tarter, Vice Mayor Hardy, and the members of the City Council for, as I observe from afar, what has been a really well-run public process. It's been inclusive. I think the tours have been excellent. I guess I feel like you've really been in listening mode, and I look forward to seeing how this all comes out. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for yours.
Thank you. We have Nader Baruch, followed by Peruz Kanmalik.
Item is called.
Mayor, can folks speak when the item is called?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to do that as well since you signed up for 2 items?
No, I'll do this one just to get out of the way, and then I'll wait on the other one. Thank you.
Your choice. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Tarter. My name is Nader Baruch, and I live at 243 Gundry Drive. And first and foremost, I wanted to thank you for all the hard work that you all put in. I know how difficult your job is and how much time you put in, including time away from family. I wanted to briefly talk a little bit about the T-zones. I don't live near a T-zone, but I do have strong views about what has transpired over the last year as this debate has continued. And I was really, reserving my comments to see how this process unfolded, but I felt like I needed to come forward tonight. I wanted to express some of the same sentiments that Fred suggested earlier this evening and added a few of my own. And as many of you know, I speak my mind pretty freely, as I have while I was serving on the city council and in the community. What this proposal is essentially is an upzone. Let's just call it what it is. It's an upzone. What that means is developers are going to get more than what they're able to put on those lots right now, which is fine as long as we acknowledge what the city is getting. And that's a big question. What is the city getting in exchange? Has there been any cost analysis done of what revenue is going to be brought into the city through taxes and property taxes, and what are the expenses going to be? Since most of these projects are not going to go through any type of special exception process and those guardrails have been removed. While I support the redevelopment of T-zones, which respect adjoining neighborhoods, however, I don't think this current proposal meets those objectives. And on that note, the objectives that the city council has placed before staff has been a moving target. Part of this debate started as affordability, missing middle, redevelopment of lots that needed to be redeveloped, so on and so forth. In my view, the goals should be as following. 1, redevelop these lots in a meaningful way that's respectful to adjoining neighbors. 2, build affordability and diversified housing. However, the current proposal doesn't do that. It tries to micromanage the market. That has been shown time and time again to fail, and it's wrong-headed public policy. I suggest that the council go back to the drawing boards, lay out clear proposals for staff of what the objectives are, and come up with the best way of meeting those. And if that's affordability, the only way I submit that you will accomplish that is through a special exception process. And I know that that's not what the developers want because it's costly, but if really the goal is to meet the missing middle, that's the only way to accomplish it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service.
Mr. Kamalik will be waiting until the item, and I believe we got everybody online. I did receive some written comments later on, and since we've had the unusual weather, I don't know if you just want me to give you a quick summary. They have been forwarded to your email address, so you can consider them. Allie Appleby, excuse me, it takes me a minute to get these things going, wrote in support of the T-zones. Marcia Hertzberg wrote to express her concerns about the T-zones. And let's see, we received Kira Mickle, who is a coach at Tinner Hill CrossFit, was in favor of proposed T-zones. And those were 3 we got because they couldn't make it to the meeting because of the weather.
All right. Anything else? Is that it for now?
I think, is that everybody? I guess so. Okay.
All right. Let's move on to the report of the city manager. Mr. Shields.
Thank you, Mayor Tarter, members of council. I'll report on discussions with Nova Parks, and as we've done some research in response to the CACT memorandum on stop signs at trail crossings. And then I would like to take time during the manager's report tonight to provide a briefing on council on comments we've received on the Park Avenue Great Streets project. We're joined by our project management team as well as our consultants to provide that briefing to you. But let me just start with the CACT memorandum. You received a summary of it tonight in public comment from the chair of the CACT. At the request of Councilmember Snyder, we directed to the city attorney and myself. We reached out to Nova Parks to explore this issue. And so first, to consider moving stop signs off of the trail and to control stops for vehicles and giving bicycles the right of way, or the short-term approach of making 4-way stops at trail crossings. First, the Northern Virginia Parks owns the WNOD trail, and they own a 100-foot right-of-way strip of land that crosses all of the roads at the intersections. The Nova Parks has control over the signage for trail users. The city, under state law, has control of streets and road signage. Nova Parks is not currently looking at removing stop signs for trail users anywhere along the 45-mile course of the trail. They stated to us that they would oppose and do not support removing stop signs for trail users. We all agreed, the city staff that were on the call, as well as the parks staff, that our top priority is the users of the trail and their safety, as well as the safety of all of the traveling public. We did discuss 4-way stops as an option. The park staff noted that there are a handful of examples along the WNOD, particularly with low volume streets in the Herndon area and one in the Reston area, where 4-way stop crossings have been put into place. And the main takeaway from our conversation is that the city traffic engineer will look at our city street crossings and consider 4-way stops at those locations. Again, the goal is the safety of all users of the trail and the traveling public. So we will be looking at installing 4-way stops at trail crossings. We will do some traffic counts, and we'll provide some data analysis of those, and then move forward based on the traffic engineer's recommendations. So that's my report on that item. We'll keep the council informed of that discussion, as well as the CACT and the Planning Commission, which has also had an interest in this through the years. Secondly, before I jump to the Park Avenue Great Streets project, I will just want to take a moment to thank all those who've responded to the storms that we've had, particularly the storm of July 29th, which is the biggest storm we've had in a couple of years. We had either full trees or major tree limbs that blocked 27 streets in the city, and which were removed by the city's Department of Public Works. Our city police were out as first responders, and our Office of Communication worked very hard to get messages out to the public. We have waived the yard waste stickers to assist homeowners as we all clean up after the storm of a week ago, as well as the storm of today. We're very relieved that today's storm was not as bad as initially advertised. We did stand up the EOC and had full readiness for it, but luckily it did not have major impacts here. I will now transition to our briefing for the City Council on comments we've received on the Park Avenue Great Streets project and where we are in that process and what the next steps are. And so I'll turn it over to Mr. Bradley, who will introduce this item, and then we do have our consultant with Volkert that will speak to this. I will just note that from the beginning, we hired a landscape architect as our lead for the design of this project because our goals always were to make this follow the principles of a civic great street and walkable, shade-lined, accessible to all of the public, and safe for all users of the street. It is a wonderful, vibrant commercial street. It was commented earlier tonight that Park Avenue is very much the heart and soul of the city. Staff embraces that completely, as I think our consultants have as well. And so we're very pleased to provide tonight's report and answer any questions that council have on the status of that project. Mr. Bradley.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shields. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. So tonight we're before you, as Mr. Shields said, to provide you an update on the 60% plans and the comment responses, as well as comments received. I am not going to rehash the staff report. I think most of it is covered in our presentation. But I do want to note that our next steps, as of right now, are to obtain right-of-way authorization and utility approval. We're expecting those later this month or early September, at which point we'll be able to proceed to final design and make any kind of small tweaks. One thing I do want to note, we heard a lot of comments tonight about on-street bike parking. We have not ruled that out. What you will see tonight, though, are various options for kind of behind the sidewalk or off-street bike parking. Please do not construe these to be the only items we are proposing. The locations tonight are being proposed as it's something that's relatively inexpensive to cover as part of the project, but would be prohibitive to add in the future due to brick pavers tying in, so on and so forth. Whereas it's relatively simple and relatively cheap to continue to convert on-street vehicle parking into bike parking. So please don't construe those locations to be the only thing being proposed. It is just for reference as to what's being proposed off the street. And with that, I'll turn it over to our project manager, Ryan, and our design consultant, Volkert Engineering. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Ryan Burgerde, PM for the Park Avenue project. We have Oliver Bohem from Volkert, our consultant, and to present the project design, and Caitlin Subsay, our grant manager. Oliver, please go ahead with the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me? I cannot share, for whatever reason. I can't share. I don't have the ability to share
give us one
my
minute
screen
to give you the permissions. We can let you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you should be able to try now.
It says only meeting.
One more time,
It
please.
says I can. Oh, okay, let's try that. Can you share my screen? Can you see my screen?
No.
No.
I can share the presentation if you want. Yep, yeah, it's good.
We can see it now.
You can see it now? You can see me moving the mouse? Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Again, my name is Oliver Bohm. I'm with Volkert. I run the Planning, Landscape Architecture, and Urban Design department at Volkert. I've been involved for a couple of years in the design of this project and have met a number of you, I'm sure, at the public meetings and in the sidewalk. This is a very quick presentation. Some of you may have seen some of these slides already, but I'm sure there are a lot of people who haven't. So some of you may have heard some of this already. So please just be patient for some of the others who have not. In red, the red boundary is the original project area. We start from on the west side, North Virginia Avenue, all the way to North Washington Street. We have side streets connecting Park Avenue to Broad Street with Little Falls and North Maple Avenue. This intersection here at Little Falls currently has traffic signals. Those traffic signals will be removed. The intersection North Maple Avenue will see some major reconfiguration to make it more pedestrian friendly. There has been additional area added to the project with Park Place. This area here, even though it's in blue, has not been added. This is City Hall Plaza, but that has not been added to the project. I'm going to show a couple of existing photographs, which I'm sure a lot of you know. Here, the purpose of the project is to narrow the street, to make it more pedestrian friendly, to slow down traffic. Currently, we have very long crosswalks. This is the photograph of the library. You can see overhead wires. Those will be undergrounded. We will be adding bulb outs to slow down traffic. This is the photograph of Little Falls. As I mentioned earlier, the traffic signals will be lowered, and we will be adding bulb outs. I have some renderings of what that will look like, and the overhead wires will be lowered. This is the photograph of North Maple Street, very long and awkward crosswalk, making very exposing pedestrians to dangerous fast-moving vehicles. So this, I will show you a photograph of a rendering of what that will look like in a minute. But I'll see a lot of very large trees. The purpose of this project also is to preserve trees as much as possible. And I heard during the comment periods that concerns about many trees being lost. At this moment, we don't expect any trees to be lost unless the urban forester decides to remove a tree because of health conditions. As I mentioned earlier, all these utility poles will be removed. The sidewalks will be currently are 5 feet wide. They will be widened to 6 feet, making them ADA compliant. More photographs. All these trees that you see here, we expect to save these trees and preserve them. There are many ways of saving trees, being able to install new sidewalks using modern techniques and materials. This is the intersection at North Washington Street. You may have seen a rendering adding a raised crosswalk here. That will not be added as something that we will be removing, and I will explain that in a minute. There have been a number of public outreach efforts, virtual meetings during COVID. We've had a public hearing showing the 30% design, and we had public sidewalk, I think it was this time last year, to the date. Of course, it was a much nicer day last year. And the information is provided in the city website. These are just some sections I'm going to show you, but one of the significant changes that you would see on Park Avenue between North Virginia Avenue and Little Falls is the introduction of a flush curb here, so to make the entire roadway and sidewalk a flat area, an ADA compliant space, 360 degrees, a barrier-free environment. The purpose of that is to be able to use this space for special events, whether they are parades or farmers market or art exhibits or some kind of a concert. The purpose here is to try to make this more pedestrian friendly and be able to close this off, close vehicular traffic off on certain days and be able to use it as a plaza. Of course, most of the time there will be a roadway. You will have parking here, and if this is a flush condition, we do need to have some kind of a obstacle. This is a bollard, an obstacle to prevent vehicles from parking on the sidewalk and creating a safe space for pedestrians. The rest of the roadway from Little Falls to North Washington Street is a regular roadway with a regular curb and parking. And throughout the project area, we have bulb outs, which will provide more space for pedestrians, provide space for trees, new trees, planted trees along the corridor. The goal here is for a pedestrian to be able to walk between new trees and existing trees to remain, to have a more comfortable walking experience. Of course, a narrow roadway will also slow down traffic, and it's been proven that bulb outs do control traffic and vehicular speeds and make drivers more aware of their environment. This is a rendering of what that condition could look like between North Virginia Avenue and Little Falls with bulb outs. Bulb outs are not necessarily just on the intersections or driveways. We could also have some bulb outs mid-block to be able to locate a light pole that would not interfere with somebody being able to move on the sidewalk, benches, and street trees. So this is the rendering that was presented this time last year. The rendering shows to you the comprehensive design nature of the project. Again, I mentioned the goal here to create a traffic calming and pedestrian friendly environment. Just a couple of things to point out. The North Virginia Avenue intersection will be, at this point, is intended to be a raised intersection. So we have a raised intersection on North Virginia Avenue, another one at Little Falls Streets. The purpose of this is to slow down traffic along Park Avenue, and in that nature, sort of discourage vehicular traffic, fast vehicular traffic, the type of driver who will not be looking for a pedestrian. This intersection is reconfigured, again, brick sidewalks, bulb outs. In all of these intersections, we have bulb outs to slow down cars. There was some point we were talking about being able to put the farmers market here. It's an option that we were showing in these renderings. We showed them a year ago. The super share, which is something that has been talked about a lot, and I'll talk about that towards the end, but this is something else that we're adding here to create a better space for pedestrians and cyclists. And of course, we're lowering the speed limit from 25 miles an hour to 20 miles an hour. So that was the design a year ago. This is the 60% design. Couple of things have changed. This is the 60% black and white construction documents. We have identified in the blue circle, some of the locations where bicycle facilities could be added. We would need to make a few adjustments, to things like trees and planters and things like that to accommodate more bicycle facilities. As you can see, here's the raised crosswalk. This is getting a little bit closer to this intersection enlargement plan. Brick sidewalks throughout, brick crosswalks. You can see this is the raised intersection with planters and trees to encourage people to walk. Even though people could walk, theoretically, they couldn't walk in a diagonal fashion. We want them to walk straight along the crosswalk. More bicycle facilities planned in these locations here. And again, as Zach was saying, we're not limited to this. There could be in other locations, but we just need to have a little bit more time to locate them properly. This plan does show the location of the existing trees. Again, I mentioned, even though some of these trees are very close, they're very close to the sidewalk today. So we don't expect to lose any of these trees, again, unless the urban forester feels that because of the current health of the tree, it's in everybody's interest to remove a tree. But at this point, we don't expect any of them to be removed. Once again, this is the intersection, which currently has the traffic signals. We're going to lower them. We're going to remove them, convert this into a 4-stop intersection, raised crosswalk on all four, a raised crosswalk there. See what it's okay. This is the intersection of North Maple Street. Again, currently, if you just follow my cursor, it's a very long diagonal crosswalk. We were able to reconfigure this roadway so that the crosswalks are much, much shorter. In doing so, we are creating a lot of space back here, which at this point we're showing as being planted or lawn. So there is a lot of space here for bicycle facility, or bicycle racks, bicycle storage in both sides of the intersection. We've introduced the rain garden here, stormwater management facility. It's a bioretention planter. It's very difficult in a very tight urban space to introduce green infrastructure along the corridor because of a lot of underground utilities. And to do this, we just don't have a lot of space. So I would love to put permeable pavement and parking lanes, but we just cannot do that. So this is really the only place where we could put a bioretention planter in, and we've been able to do that as part of the 60%. And then these are just more plans of the connecting streets, and I've heard about the bicycle boxes at these locations, and that's definitely something we can consider. There has been a lot of discussion about the bicycle lanes. We heard you loud and clear at the walkthrough and prior to the walkthrough, and the ideal scenario would be to be able to have bicycle lanes, parking, travel lanes, tree planting, separating the roadway and the sidewalk. But unfortunately, because of limited space, we're really confined to the roadway and the right-of-way that we have. So I don't expect you to read these sections, so I have an enlargement here. This is the design we currently have. It's a diagram, but it shows you have the parking, you have the share with the roadway, and all these different traffic calming techniques that we are introducing here. They will slow down traffic, and they will lower the volume of vehicles going through the corridor, and in turn, it will create a better space for cyclists. Obviously, it's not the same as a completely separated bicycle facility, but in an urban environment, it's with the volume of traffic and the lowering of the speed, it is something that can work. On the right-hand side, you have the option of bicycle lanes. If we do not acquire property to add bicycle lanes and parking, we would have to acquire a lot of property. Obviously, it's expensive, but beyond expense, we basically would have to lose all the existing trees that currently are there today in the corridor. So that's, and then Ryan, would you like to talk a little bit about the schedule here, please?
Sure. Thank you, Oliver. So we are in the task number 52, authorization right-of-way and utility fund, and we expect to receive documents from a Volker consultant to submit VDOT by early September, and then we're gonna go for the next one, acquire right of way, and so it's almost 90% planned. 69 task will be 90% planned, and according to VDOT schedule, actually this is VDOT approved schedule we have. It's by end of 2025, but we talked to Volker, and there is no promise. They are trying to submit that 13 months sooner. So we are negotiating to receive 90% plan by November 2024, which will be 13 months sooner than the soonest schedule, without approval schedule. And also we have 100% plan by June 2026, and we expect to start construction by end of 2026, and that's the plan, a schedule plan we have for the project. And so we, as I said, we are negotiating to get the project sooner than this schedule, but no promise we can make. And thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you all. Mr. Shields, anything else you'd like to add?
Not at this time. No, thank you.
All right, before we move on to questions and comments from council, maybe you could just set expectations on what's going to happen from here on out, whether it's public comments, CACT, whoever it might be. What are the expectations we all should have going forward?
So, we've laid out the schedule here. We are hoping to get any last comments from City Council on those, and we would add those in and consider those as we're moving forward, all through kind of a lens of what's technically feasible within those constraints of right-of-way and budget. But I do think, so I'll just leave it at that. Are there any additional things that you're looking for in that response?
No, not necessarily, but I know there's a matter of great interest. We heard a whole bunch of people speak to it tonight, and I guess I want to make sure people have expectations on what it is. Are you going to hear more comment, or hey, we're pretty much shutting this thing down, we're kind of moving to the final stages? Just make sure that everyone's kind of expectation, we have a set of what to expect going forward, what is possible, what kind of input is possible, where the train's already left, sorry, but we're not going to really be taking new input on certain matters or on most things. I guess, again, for the people who've spoken tonight and others,
Sure.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
Why don't we get the comments so we can evaluate them tonight? I mean, in broad brush, this project as designed reflects the small area plan that was developed and approved by the City Council. It reflects the grant concept that the council approved, which the CACT and the Planning Commission were involved in the early days. And so we believe we're on track. And so if council has really significant comments on this that are different than what's proposed, then we'll have to evaluate those. We're anticipating fairly marginal comments, and the project moves forward. That's what we're anticipating will happen.
Okay, well, let's go on and move on to those comments. Mr. Duncan, you chuckle.
I'm the marginal comment guy. Just one question. In reading the materials, so there's reference to a bike boulevard. Sounds great. I'm for that. I want to vote for that. Based on what I heard tonight, is there a succinct description of what a bike boulevard is? It sounds like a street that has pedestrian, motorist, and bicycle traffic. It has crosswalks and sidewalks. It has plantings. It has, a lot of features, but does not tilt towards any one particular mode of conveyance. If that's what a bike boulevard is, I think that does reflect current realities and still leave potential room for changes as things change in the future, particularly as it relates to traffic volume. I saw one of the quotes of estimated vehicle volume was X, before the pandemic, and now they've recalculated and it's, like 2/3 X. So that means that in the future there'll be fewer cars on the street, which makes it more appealing for bicyclists. Is that part of a bike boulevard concept?
Let me invite Mr. Boehm to respond to that, sort of the technical components of a bike boulevard.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I mean, you pretty much hit the nail on the head. It's a combination of all the different infrastructure facilities that will improve conditions for not only cyclists but pedestrians, active transportation. People who are not in a motor vehicle, and you're right, there are changing numbers and volumes in urban environments. This Park Avenue, the traffic count is 2,900 cars per day, which is very low. And we expect that number to come down with all these different traffic calming devices that have been introduced to the project. Keep in mind, this is also, I didn't mention this, but all these improvements are expect to attract more people to walk down Park Avenue and therefore creating more economic development. Hopefully more businesses that are pedestrian friendly will come to Park Avenue, a better connection from City Hall to Broad Street. And that will all generate pedestrian movements. And it has been proven that when that happens, less cars are on that roadway. So I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
We get everybody down here. Mr. Snyder, and then we'll go down here. We'll come back at Mr. Snyder.
Thanks a lot. It's clear that there'll be major improvements to Park Avenue. It's also clear, however, that there's been some miscommunication with the community. And this is not just a substance issue, but it's also a process issue. And I'm wondering, Mr. City Manager, if you can't establish some sort of a forum. People have spoken tonight. They don't feel like that they're getting the kind of specific answers that they'd like to have. And I think we ought to put together a forum so that we can have literally a final discussion about what the needs are. And I think the bicyclists have made a pretty convincing case that they need more than appears to be in the plan right now, particularly for bike parking. I don't see why we can't accommodate that and why we can't end some of the miscommunication with some sort of a forum in the very near future, bringing in the folks that are interested, the public in general, but those who are interested in having a final two-way conversation and hopefully finding ways to meet their needs without further delaying the project or preventing the many benefits that will result from this project. Thanks.
Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. I like Mr. Snyder's idea of kind of giving people a final opportunity, like here's the plan that we're presenting before we get to 90% and people feel like they can get their comments heard and responded, especially since we are going late tonight. But I did have a couple specific questions. So on the concept of the super share and bike boulevard, my general bias is that if we can't add the bike lane, that I think we have to then protect the most vulnerable, which is our cyclists and our pedestrians. So could Volkert explain to me kind of what are the visual cues that we're giving to cars that there will be bikes and peds mixing with with kind of motor vehicles, and how do we keep them safe?
Sure. I mean, besides pavement markings and signage, what we have is the raised intersections, which goes beyond your typical, right? In a raised intersection, what happens is the crosswalks are at sidewalk level. So the car needs to come up. It's like a speed bump. The car needs to slow down and be aware of pedestrians, and then they leave. Pedestrians are given the, besides getting the right of way, there is a higher presence of a pedestrian on raised intersections. There's a higher presence of a pedestrian in bulb outs. If we populate these bulb outs are not just tree plantings. We have benches there, we have things for people to do in these bulb outs. We talk about bicycle storage. We also have talked about extending bicycle storage beyond bulb outs. So there's all this pedestrian movement that would make drivers slow down, as opposed to what is out there today, asphalt from curb to curb, no bulb outs, nothing like that present. Now, when it comes to the cyclist, the slowing down of the vehicles, and as I mentioned before, the volume of vehicles that we expect to be on the roadway, those are all things that can contribute to creating a better experience for a cyclist. Now, I've heard people talk about children, and it's probably not something that I would expect an 8-year-old who's learning how to cycle to be comfortable on, But and I've heard people talk about what's going to happen 20 years from now. As society changes, you may even get less cars than I anticipate on Park Avenue. So all those things combined are things that create this concept of a bicycle boulevard.
Got it. And if I remember reading the plan correctly, the raised intersections aren't at every intersection along Park Avenue. It was just at Virginia and Little Falls. Is that correct?
Virginia and Little Falls, correct.
And then
not North Maple.
Not North Maple, not at North Washington. And so I guess, having been one of the people that returned from Europe recently, one thing that as I saw pedestrians and cyclists intermix with motor vehicles in Europe, one thing that was pretty common was actually using a different physical treatment of the roadway where cars are. Something like a stamped asphalt, which feels very different for a car. And so I'm curious whether staff considered, or Volker considered something like that as well.
At the intersections, the two raised intersections, what we had considered earlier is in the center of the intersection. So between inside the crosswalks, have that be brick, have that be cobblestone, have some kind of a material other than asphalt. Of course, everything is more expensive, right? So we have to keep cost in mind. At this moment, the 60%, we've removed that and put asphalt into those intersections. There have been some folks who mentioned, could you have a different material between North Virginia and Little Falls? It's like in Europe, like you just mentioned, everything comes down to cost too. I mean, not everything. We need to consider cost as part of the problem that we have. You saw stamped asphalt. Stamped asphalt looks good for the first year. As the wear and tear, the durability, pretty soon you lose that layout material that you're trying to replicate and with stamped asphalt. So I would discourage stamped asphalt. It's really not something that would last very well.
Thank you. My second question is, I think, to follow up on the mayor's point of kind of setting expectations, as well as one of the public comments, or many of the public comments we heard, is where exactly is the bike parking? And I think I heard Mr. Bradley say that we still have an opportunity to consider on-street bike parking and bike boxes. Is that correct?
Mr. Bradley, would you like to speak to that again?
Yeah, so I did not mean to misconstrue and say that we have an opportunity. What I meant was we are actively looking at that, and we have the fullest of intentions to do such. We just have not had a chance to kind of dig into the numbers and spot exactly where to put it just yet. What we proposed tonight were 2 or 3 locations kind of to supplement what could be put on the street, right? We can expand a sidewalk, do a, for lack of a better phrase, a little mini plaza or something with some bike racks, a bench or two, something like that. But we do intend to supplement what was shown tonight with the blue circles with, I'll say, converted vehicular parking to bike rack parking. Does that answer your question, Ms. Hardy?
Yes, and I guess my request is that if we could work closely with the CACT on where they would like those on-street bike parking spots. I think it was really compelling that, we could essentially trade 3 parking spots for 30 bike spots, and that's important if we really want to shift mode share. And so if we can commit to following up on getting really specific so that we don't lose the opportunity and the ship hasn't sailed, I think that's an important concession to make. Is that acceptable?
Yes, we'll coordinate. We will keep the council and the CACT informed with that. I mean, I think we're viewing that when I said sort of details, I think those are things that are still can be easily accommodated in the plans. Other more, and, from what Mr. Bradley said, that's what we're saying, is that those are things that we can change. The bike box concepts, those are things that, this is the appropriate time to put those types of comments and try to evaluate those and see if we can get those in the plans.
And when will that be final, I guess? Or when will it be too late to do those? Is it at the 90% stage then?
Mr. Bradley?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I guess what I would say is, right, so right now, going from 60 to 90, we still have to work in utilities. We still have to work in any right-of-way changes. They're very easy to work in right now and be included in the 90% submission. Going back to the schedule that was presented, we still have several months to kind of finalize and get some recommendations from Volkert based on where we expect the user density to kind of congregate, those bicycle trip draws, so on and so forth. So that would be submitted as part of the 90% set of plans.
Okay, so I'm hearing we have a couple months to finalize those details. Is that a good summary? Until 90%.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Great, thank you. Third question. So I think I heard Volkert say twice that there's actually no tree impact. Is that our arborist? Is that consistent with our arborist assessment as well? Because I know that was a point of a lot of public comment and concern.
Yes, Oliver can correct me if I am wrong. Our arborist has walked the site several times with Volkert. And as Oliver stated, unless there is some sort of unexpected utility change or a tree health issue, whether it's now or comes up before the project starts construction, we don't expect to take out any significant trees. There might be a couple of smaller ones, kind of in shrubbery, so to speak. That may be impacted, but there would be no large trees at this time. Oliver, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I don't have anything to add. You said it perfectly.
That's really great news. Hopefully people hear that. My fourth thing, and so because there is a lot to like in the Great Streets Plan, and I wholly endorse the original intent that we've laid out. I think it's 10 years in the making. And because we've done such a nice job talking about the improvements that are coming, I actually want some of it sooner. And so in particular, the Maple and Park Avenue intersection is a point of much frustration and safety concern of mine. I've seen so many near misses because that is not a properly lined T intersection. And while we have to wait for December 2026 for construction to start and finish, Mr. Bradley, I know we've talked a lot about flexi posts that are in order, but given that we are doing the engineering and the plans for how to improve that beginning in 2026, between now and 2026, I would love for us to think about using flexi posts to kind of get us to an interim solution that is safer, so we don't keep having those near interim misses with cars not being able to see each other. Is that a possibility?
So we have looked at that from an internal kind of in-house engineering standpoint. For ADA compliance, it is not a simple solution. It is certainly something we can do, but we're talking a substantial amount of money, probably between $50,000 and $100,000 to try and get ADA compliance to help shorten up and kind of move those stop bars up. Part of the issue is that the flexi posts themselves don't actually give you ADA compliance, so you're still reliant on the concrete sidewalk. So there's work inside of the roadway, there's asphalt work. You in essence have to move the ramps in order to move the stop bars up. So while we can do flexi posts, they are not to the extent that these plans show, and there's significant work to get them to become ADA compliant.
Got it. Well, that's not the answer I was hoping to hear, but I guess I appreciate the sentiment that staff has been thinking about it and trying to think of good short-term interim solutions so that we don't wait for concrete and we can look at safety in the meantime too. So thank you. That's all for my comments for now.
All right. Anyone down this side?
Yeah.
Ms. Leon?
So, I appreciate the time we're spending on this. I just want to echo, my support with Mr. Snyder and Ms. Hardy's comment that I do think, without derailing this timeline, that it is super helpful to just have a forum and have another community discussion to explain where we're falling on this. I hear, good things, no loss of trees. We've got 6-foot sidewalks. We're removing, telephone poles that are obstructing the way. We're open to adding bike boxes, right? I heard that from CCT. We're looking at adding bicycle parking. I heard, I counted about 5 areas on the plans that had circles that showed potentials for placement of, bike racks that could hold 4 to 6 bikes. I do think it's, since we've had our last engagement with the community in August, that it is just good to just have one more forum to address questions without derailing the timeline. I also, I just want to make sure I'm understanding that all this design, we have ADA compliance on this, right? Like we're designing all this. Okay. Just echoing this. All right. And then finally, brick sidewalks look great. I just want to echo Ms. Conley's comments earlier around just the use of that and just making sure that we're conscientious about balancing the maintenance of brick with, I know we've considered concrete or stamped concrete, just in terms of, how safe and from a safety perspective, brick sidewalks are. They look great. I just want to make sure we balance kind of the feedback from the community on that and just the functionality. All right.
Ms. Connolly?
Thanks. I think this plan is very good, and I really appreciate the changes that have been made. I know it's hard to keep everyone happy. And this is what I'm not happy about, is that there's brick sidewalks. I think that is not a good choice, and I would really like to put in a request that they are not brick sidewalks. They may be officially ADA accessible, but they are, as we know from the sidewalks that we have, the maintenance is expensive. They're dangerous for people in wheelchairs. They're slippery. They're not a long-term solution. They get uneven, and then we have to fix them, and they don't get fixed. Mr. Bohm, if you could go back to slide number 3 of your presentation. Can you do that?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Slide number 3.
Slide number 3 has a picture of the brick sidewalk outside the library.
Yeah. Can you give me the ability to share again, please? Someone else is doing it. Okay.
There we go. 1, 2, 3.
Cool.
I think it's the one before that. 3. Yep.
This one.
So in the lower left of that picture, there's weeds growing out of brick sidewalks, which happens all the time, and that is really hard maintenance to keep up with the way that weeds grow around here. So I would really, really like to put in a request that as a city, we decide that brick sidewalks are not appropriate. They do look nice, as Ms. Leon said, but they are not the appropriate ADA accessible thing that would really make it accessible for all of our citizens. And perhaps we'd ask people in wheelchairs how they would get around on those. I appreciate that there will be, extra space on the sidewalks, but I just think it's a really bad choice.
So that is, I would call that a major comment. And Mr. Bradley, like, what do we do with that? Like that, in terms of what we submit to VDOT, that's a really substantial change. And so I think, is there interest of the majority of the council on that issue? We have adopted streetscape standards. We're following those. The brick sidewalks were a big part of the grant application in terms of original budgets and things like that. So that is a substantial change.
I support us looking at not having brick sidewalks as part of our streetscape standards in general. I think we've all consistently talked about that as being a concern, not just Park Avenue. And so if it actually helps with the project costs, because they're cheaper to maintain in the long run, I think that's another plus.
I mean, I would say, I personally, I would say, look, I have no issue with doing away with brick sidewalks. I think they're kind of a pain. I do think we need to have some formality how we do things and not kind of catch as catch can. And so I think looking at our standards, whether we can do that sort of contemporaneously to change our standards in conjunction with this, as opposed to saying we're not going to follow our standards in this instance, but others should follow at other times, I think it's a bit more problematic. But I have no problem with changing to a new standard and a standard that doesn't have brick in it.
I guess rather than substitute an untrained opinion for whether brick sidewalks are better or worse than something else, I'd like to see some solid science on this. If the science is such that brick sidewalks are more to maintain, they are more dangerous, and I think we ought to give serious consideration to eliminating them. But I also know that there are different ways to lay down brick sidewalks. You lay it right down on dirt, and yeah, you're going to get weeds. But if you put it down on concrete or you put it down on some other surface, you're not going to have that. So I just would like a little rigor to this before we kind of react as laymen to this. And if the maintenance is greater and there's a better sidewalk treatment for folks with disabilities, then we ought to consider jettisoning the brick. But I'm a little reluctant to do it based upon the opinion of people that aren't experts in this.
Anyone else?
Debbie has a comment.
Oh, sorry, Debbie?
Yes, I was just going to echo my agreement that I think we should be looking at materials other than brick. We've talked about this multiple times, and we have gotten input from many different factors, segments of the community, and we know it's more expensive to have brick. We know it's more expensive to maintain brick. And so if we want to make a change, to the streetscape, such that it is not just a one-off making a change to Park Avenue, then I think that's something that needs to be on our agenda quickly. Thank you.
Other comments on this? Other comments on the plan? I know we have someone in the audience who wants to speak to this. This is not...
Is your mic on, sir?
You call me sir? All right. This is not, I know there was someone in the public who wishes to speak to this matter. This is not normally something that the public is invited to comment on. And so if you've got brief comments, I guess I would indulge you at this time, but very quickly. And again, this isn't our normal practice. So both of you can come up, but just keep your comments very quick if you can. There's someone behind you as well. But you go first.
Okay, thanks very much. I was just listening to the discussion. I wasn't planning to speak, but it's a plug for the Falls Church Pulse in a way, but it's fallschurchpulse.org, and you can see the comments from the arborist. I don't know whether he's updated his opinion on April 19th, but on the website you will see what he said about the brick sidewalks and about the trees that are going to be removed.
Thank you. All right. And again, brief comments, if you could. Your next speaker. We don't normally take comment now.
Falls Church City. Don't forget about the coefficient of friction on the brick sidewalks. The the coefficient of friction should be as good as the concrete. And thank you for bringing that up.
Ma'am, can you repeat your name? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Joyce Migdal.
Thank you.
I'm in favor of not having brick sidewalks because in the rain, it's slippery. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you very much. Okay. Unless there's any other comments to be heard from council or elsewhere, let's go ahead. Did you have anything else, Wyatt, in your remarks for this evening?
That's it.
Okay. Are we ready to adjourn now? I think we are. Let's go to council requests briefly, and then we're going to take a break, and then we'll get on to T-zones and the actual business on the agenda. Mr. Snyder?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to commend the city manager for moving forward on a serious look and the city attorney on a serious look at stopping vehicles at the trail crossing. I think it's fundamental. I think it's an issue of safety. So I hope we're going to proceed with this on a priority basis.
All right. Any other, Ms. Leon?
Mr. Shields, I got a couple of phone calls from community members tonight regarding change in signals on in the traffic pattern on Haycock. So there are arrows pointed on that street right now that's saying, you know, if you want to go straight, get in this lane. But the signal on Haycock and Route 7 hasn't changed. So there's, I received some safety concern about that confusion between what the road markings are saying and then what the traffic signal is contradicting what's on the road. Sorry, I don't know if you're aware of that. And it might be it might require some coordination, but I just wanted to flag that as
I'll follow up on that. With the completion of some of the infrastructure work, there is some interim painting that's happening up there right now. We still have more stormwater. We still have more curb and gutter work up there, so this is not the final configuration. But we'll look into any of those comments and just make sure that it is configured safely, even though it is just the interim condition.
Especially with school starting, soon. Yeah. Thank you.
Speaking of stoplights, Wyatt, just quickly, we've had folks ask again about Gresham Place, and I don't know if you could give us a quick update on that, and maybe also Lincoln and Great Falls, those two quickly.
Okay. I think I'll follow up with you in writing on the update on Gresham Place. I know that is in process, but it is probably, a year plus out before that change is going to be affected with the process that we have. But I'll get a more detailed information out to council on that.
And Lincoln and Great Falls?
So Lincoln, we do have good news on Lincoln and Great Falls. Mr. Bradley, do you want to just speak to the status of our receipt of the equipment that we need for the Lincoln and Great Falls intersection?
Yes, absolutely. So both Lincoln and Great Falls and Broad and Maple, both of those cabinets were delivered last week. They're in the process of being constructed and bench tested by our signal contractor. We are working to finalize a date of installation. We do expect it to be within the next couple of weeks. But before we announce, we want to make sure that the cabinets assemble and test out in good fashion. But I guess I'll say for now, stay tuned. We should have some information either late this week or early next week as to a firm date for when those will be installed.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from Mr. Shields, Ms. Sardi?
Thank you. Did I hear that it was also for Broad and Maple, Zach?
Yes, that is correct. For those who don't know, the green light on Maple has been skipped more and more frequently over the last, 8 to 10 months or so. So that cabinet will be replaced as well.
That's great. Yeah, I experienced it myself about 2 weeks ago. So while we're on transportation, here are my additional requests for the city manager. Given that this is our last meeting before summer recess, maybe over email, if you could communicate the planned paving schedule, Wyatt, that we've asked about, given that we have a few more months left, hopefully, of paving. Second, which is the sidewalk obstruction in the 400 block or Betos, if we have an update on where we are with that, as well as the broad request of kind of having a master sidewalk plan. I know there's some sidewalk work happening near Oak Street Elementary, which is great. Is that fit into the broader context of all the sidewalk improvements that we've heard from the community that they want, that councils wanted, and we've allocated money for? And then the third update, while we're still on transportation, is where we are on the speed reduction at 20 miles an hour across the city, whether we are on track to do that sometime this year. Thank you.
All right, unless there's anything else, let's take ourselves a break until 10:22. Yeah, I said it, 10:22. All right, it is 10:24, fairly close to 10:22, but let's get back at it. Let's get on to business on the agenda. Madam Clerk, are you ready for business on the agenda? What are we waiting for?
We're good.
Okay, let's do it. You want to call the first item?
I do. We are getting our cable operator back and running. Please.
He's not there yet?
Hold for a moment.
Okay.
It just hasn't started yet. All right, our first item is TO 23-11, ordinance to amend Chapter 48 zoning to include an average unit size and density restrictions in the T1 transition zone, eliminate single-family and two-family residential use therein, allow for a townhouse, apartment, and condo option, and allow for expanded lot coverage.
Mr. Shields?
Thank you, Mayor Tarter, and I'll turn it directly over to Mr. Trainer, who will give a staff report on this item. The staff recommendation is to grant first reading on this ordinance tonight and refer it to the Planning Commission and schedule a second reading and public hearing for the September 11th, 2023 meeting, and we would advertise the same according to law. But Mr. Trainer will walk us through with an update on the ordinance, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions from City Council on it. Mr. Trainer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shields. Good evening, Mayor Tarr, members of council. Tonight, council is requested to grant first reading to proposed updates to the T1 transitional zone in the city zoning code and refer the proposed changes to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation. The proposed updates are intended to provide for diversity in commercial and residential uses and forms while providing transitions in building heights and use intensities between commercial and residential districts in the city. Staff's recommendation is to adopt the proposed motion. Staff has continued to adjust the proposed updates in response to council and community feedback. Most recently, staff revised the proposal following the public walking tour in council's last work session on July 10th. The following table on between lines 25 and 26 summarize the feedback that staff has been given since then and the responses. So starting on line 25, the first item is to provide for a by right height restriction of 4 stories or 45 feet, whichever is less. That provision has been included in this proposal. The second is to require a 10-foot step back for all portions of a building exceeding 40 feet in height that faces a business district with an approved special exception for multifamily uses or a residential district. That has also been included in this proposal. The third item was to remove the ability to reduce front and rear setbacks via special use permit. That provision has also been included in this proposal. The fourth item is to provide for minimizing building projections into the building setbacks. Staff recommends against T-zone specific restrictions for front yard projections, given that the front yard setback is 20 feet, and that front yard projections are already governed by section 48-1102E of the existing zoning ordinance. The fifth item is to provide for mandated compliance with the city's streetscape standards for all redevelopment. That has also been included in this proposal. The sixth item is to include ground floor parking screening provisions, which has also been included in the proposal. The seventh item, provide for stronger protections for properties with historically designated buildings, has also been included, and I'll get to those further on in the staff report. The eighth and last item is to update the city's affordable dwelling unit program ordinance with State Code Section 2305.1. The proposed T1 update has been updated to use the schedule in the state legislation 2305.1, but due to the complexity of that ordinance and update of Article 7, the affordable housing section of the city's zoning ordinance could be taken on as a future effort. So next, quickly, I'll jump to line 31, to a chart that everyone's probably familiar with by now. It's the more substantive details about how the proposal has changed, starting with residential uses. The minimum residential density is still 14 units per acre. That hasn't changed since the last proposal. What has is the maximum residential density of 34 units per acre by right when no ADUs are provided, as well as a proposed by right maximum residential density of 40 units per acre when 10% of the units, exclusive of the units obtained through the bonus density, are ADUs, set at 80% AMI. Additionally, maximum residential density up to 60 units per acre allowed by SUP with an increasing percentage of ADUs as prescribed in Virginia Code 15.2-2305.1 for low-income households has been included in the proposal. And the maximum average unit size has been set at 1,500 square feet by right, with an increase of up to 1,800 square feet when ADUs are provided. And the minimum unit size has not changed from 700 square feet. There's no change to the proposed commercial uses. For building height, as mentioned earlier, the by right allowance has gone up to 4 stories or 45 feet, whichever is less, with 50 feet achievable through the SUP. For step backs, also mentioned earlier, 10-foot step back on all portions of a building above 40 feet in height has been incorporated when adjoining or across the street from an R district or a B district with an approved special exception for multifamily uses. The front yard setback has been set at 20 feet without the option to decrease to 15 feet as was previously through the special use permit. And similar with the rear yard setback, that's been set at 15 feet, down from 20 feet, without the option to decrease to 10 feet through the SUP. There's no change through the side yard setback or the impervious surface or the building coverage components. For tree canopy, this is changed to a minimum of 10% for residential and commercial uses as outlined in State Code Section 15.2-961. And this is because the density, the proposed density for the T-zones has increased from 20 units per acre, where we could require by law a minimum of 15% tree canopy, but since we're exceeding 20 units per acre in the density, the most we can ask for legally now is 10% maximum as the minimum tree canopy coverage because the density is increased. For historic preservation, staff continues to suggest that rezoning these properties could be the course of action here from T1 to T2, but council might also consider purchasing the development rights of the 4 historic properties in T1 districts or seeking protective covenants for the properties from the owners, or seek an agreement with the owners that would allow the city the first right of refusal should the properties be put on the market. Down to project reviews on line 37. For projects on sites of 9,000 square feet or less, which would yield 2 to 8 units under the current proposal, this would fall under the grading plan review structure. And site plan review would follow, site plans would be required for those sites over 9,000 square feet. And then SUP would be required for any project seeking above 45 feet or exceeding 60% building coverage or an ADU density bonus of greater than 20%. And lastly, here on line 39, we've included a how we got here section, recognizing this is the 24th public meeting that T-Zones has been considered at. This is an attempt to kind of map out how the proposal has changed and morphed over the last 2 years that this project's been under consideration and leading us to tonight. Starting, and I won't go through all of them, but I just want to hit on some of the main topics here. The first being on council's initial first reading on June 21st, all residential uses, which were townhouses and multifamily, would be through the special use permit, and T1 and T2 were going to be consolidated into a single T-zone district. The building, there was no distinguishment between the building coverage and impervious surface coverage. That was set at 80%. And the building height then was 4 stories or 50 feet, whichever was smaller. The setbacks then were also in the front 15 and 10 in the rear, with no option for relief through the SUP. And then the Planning Commission at its public hearing earlier this year, February 15th, provided a legacy clause for existing single-family homes under a certificate of occupancy no later than April 1st. This has been updated to reflect, of course, a later date that we find ourselves in now. Planning Commission also recommended the by-use right of up to 4 residential buildings per development site. And the Planning Commission also included a tree canopy or shade tree requirement of 15%, like I touched on earlier, that we could include back when the density was 20%, or 20 units per acre. Provided by right building coverage of 60% and 70% through the SUP. The setbacks were increased to 20% or 20 feet in the front and the rear with SUP relief. Off-street parking was set to 1. There was also added historic and environmental conditions through the SUP criteria. And then we found ourselves in April where the affordable housing component had been returned to the council's initial recommendation, which was 10% of all new units created in the T-zone redevelopment would have to go to affordable or workforce housing, or provide a cash in lieu option. And that sentiment has generally carried through the thread of the review process here. Staff also recommended then through the American Planning Association that on park fronting commercial uses, that those be kept at 4,000 square feet. And then the last 2 meetings that we've had, staff recommended, the couple topics were introduced at the June 5th meeting, which was the maximum average unit size of 1,850 square feet, coupled with the density range of 8 to 20 units per acre, as well as a bonus density that applied to that maximum average unit size. Refocused the T-zone updates to apply only to T1 districts. And parking was standardized at 1 space per unit. And then the last meeting, the last work session on July 10th, the minimum units per acre went back to, was kind of reset, and density went up a little bit, but to 14 at the floor and 30 for the ceiling units per acre. The minimum unit size was introduced at 700 square feet, and the maximum average unit size went to 2,000 square feet. And also, we discussed the State Code Section 15.2-2305, not 2305.1, whose schedule has been included in the proposal tonight for the affordable dwelling unit bonus density. And of course, now we're talking about density in terms of units per acre, and not in increases to that maximum average unit size. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you for questions. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to get to questions in just a minute, and then we'll get to comments at the end. Before we get to that, there may be some public speakers who have not yet had an opportunity to speak. Why don't we call those speakers now?
Yes, we have Peruz Khan Malik.
Good evening. My name is Piruz Khan Malik, 609 Park Avenue. It has been over 2.5 years and over 24 work sessions, public hearings, town hall meetings, and recent walking tour, in addition to many of the one-on-one meetings, communications between the city officials and the community. In addition, there has been a lot of work done by the staff to modernize the long overdue T-zone ordinance to encourage and facilitate the development project on the small T-zone infill sites that are less than 1 acre. I appreciate their work. Now, the time has come that we finally bring this project to a completion and look forward to seeing the result, not years from now, but now, in a timely manner. A result that would make all of us proud of being part of this process. However, in order to make that happen, we need to approve the set of rules, restrictions, and regulations that works and is buildable and economically practical, that would encourage development on these infill parcels, not just something that sits on the shelves and collect dust like it has been before. As a long-time small property owner in Falls Church, who wishes to develop his property for housing himself, develop his property for housing for himself and others. My goal is to focus on producing an attractive townhouse project by right that meets the diversity, meets the median to low price range housing, and would contribute to the shortage of housing and what is called the missing middle. The extreme average unit size reduction from 2,000 to 1,500 square feet may be a good idea for condominium projects, but it is not going to be economically practical for townhouse project, especially being in a tight urban area with all the construction restrictions. In Arlington, that has already also gone through the zoning change, but in the R-zone district, they allow 2,500 average square footage for their missing middle townhouses. The average unit size to single townhouse option, or the combination of single townhouse mixed with 2/2 at the 34 per acre, will require average unit size between 2,000 to 2,200 square feet, and to give the flexibility to make possible to have an economically practical and attractive project that would also meet the price range that we are looking for. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. I think we have another speaker, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Celeste, I thought you had me from the, I thought you had me from earlier. Thank you. Hi, Erin Flynn, 222 Little Falls Street. So I appreciate the work of the staff and council, but I think the latest proposal is too dense for the size of the lots. It doesn't do enough to respond to community concerns on either side. It doesn't protect the significant tree canopy that already exists in T-zones. And it doesn't respond to pressing environmental needs. I also think it places highly increased pressure on historic properties, which is the condition that's most likely to lead to their demolition. I think the new proposal is a top-down approach that largely disregards the recommendations of the Environmental Sustainability Council, the Urban Forestry Commission, the Planning Commission, the Arborist, and includes a cash in lieu option, even though the Housing Commission originally supported that inclusion because it thought that the projects would be too small to expect actual ADUs. None of those things exist anymore. We now have a proposal for by right development at 60% lot coverage, 45 feet high with 34 to 40 units per acre, and no guarantee of workforce housing, affordable housing, accessible housing, or quintessential missing middle housing, which are 2/2s, townhouses, or quads. We also have no guarantee of home ownership opportunities because the city can't mandate that. So what we have is an incentive for small apartment buildings with no ADUs and subject only to the Virginia Building Code. I agree with others that the unfettered market isn't going to respond to our community needs because of where we live. We're 2 square miles, we have highly regarded schools, and we live in a wealthy region. By permitting by right at this increased height and density, we lose the opportunity to get the housing that we actually need, and we destroy any real notion of transitions. We also lose the predictability that zoning codes are supposed to provide and the purposes that they're supposed to have in reflecting competing concerns. We have a comp plan that includes not only a housing chapter, but environmental chapters and historic preservation chapters, among others. We have a community energy plan where the residents need to do the large work of reducing greenhouse gases. Those things should be reflected in the zoning decisions and the zoning code. And for that reason, I'd encourage the city to stay at 60% lot coverage, 3 stories or 40 feet with step backs, and to increase uses to nudge development while respecting the purpose of T-zones. And I'd also say that council should stay at below 20 units per acre by right to keep the 15% tree canopy in T-zones. And for everything else, council should be requiring developers and property owners to go through the SUP process so that it can encourage the environmental considerations like energy efficiency, solar, EV charging stations, and actually look for community needs for workforce housing, affordable housing, and resident housing for seniors. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers, Madam Clerk? Anyone on the internet?
I don't have anybody else signed up.
All right, then the public comment period is closed. Let's move on to questions from City Council. Questions? Does anyone have any questions? Ms. Connolly.
Mr. Trainer, thanks for that long description of the many, many changes in this project. And when I hear people say that no changes have been made, I just can't believe it. And no public input has been accepted, because it seems to me that there's been so much change and so much response to public input. But I'm wondering, can you just clarify for me, what is the new tree canopy regulation, the 10%? I don't quite understand that one.
Sure. So the state code sets out maximum tree canopy minimums that municipalities can mandate based on the density of the land that it's zoned at. So before, when we were at a maximum of 20 units per acre, that corresponded with a 15% tree canopy minimum. That we could ask for because of the density that we are proposing at that time. Now that the density proposal has exceeded 20 units per acre to 34 and 40 units per acre by right, per the state code, that corresponds with a 10% tree canopy minimum that we can ask for, and that's the most we can ask for under those density parameters.
Okay, so the change isn't to the state code, the change is to what we've said.
Correct.
And does that affect other developments that we have in the pipeline, where other mixed-use developments where we've asked for 12 or 15% tree canopy?
I can't speak to other developments, but that's what the state code had. And I don't know offhand when that was last updated, but perhaps Mr. Stoddard might know.
Sorry about that. Paul Stoddard, Planning Director with the city. The state code section that Mr. Trainer is referencing hasn't been changed recently. It's just what point in the tiers that we're entering with this proposal. It's not through those mandates that we get tree canopy coverage with mixed-use projects. That's through the special exception process.
Thanks.
Is that it? All right, other questions, Mr. Duncan?
Thank you. My question, I'd like to see this move forward for further consideration by the Planning Commission. I've had the opportunity to listen to their meetings on this topic before and find them to be thoughtful and substantive. And as we heard tonight, they're passionate, well-informed views on both sides, and airing them further never does any harm. But before we would send something to the Planning Commission, I have a question about the average unit size. The evolution of 2000, 1850, 1500 is a little puzzling to me. I wonder, what have we market tested that against? Looking at the Graham Park condominium community that EY is building over on Graham Road and Route 50, they're less expensive entry-level units are, around 1,200 feet, I think, 1,200 square feet. But the, upper end units are, 2,000 or so. I'm assuming that given the nature of Falls Church, the market will want to build a goodly number of those upper end units here. And in order to get that, loft level use, in order to get that elevator, in order to get the amenities that you get in the upper, pay no attention to that. You've got to have more square foots than 1,500. And I can see if you're going to do 24 units and you do 20 of them at 2,000 square feet and you do 4 of them at 1,500 square feet, it all sort of pencils out. But I'm not sure I see how it pencils out if you require the average to be 1,500. Just in conclusion, my question is, I guess, as much to the city attorney as anybody. If we approve something tonight that has 2,000 as the number or some number in that vicinity, can we then go back and reduce that number down, or is that, allowed in the evolution as opposed to tonight? If we're at 1,500 tonight and what we send to the Planning Commission, that's my understanding is that's the highest that we can go.
So if it were to change to a lower average unit size without affecting the overall density, would that also be true, that it would not affect the overall density? The zoning statutes would allow you to do that, but the Falls Church City Code has a provision about ordinances that any differences between the first reading and the second reading, if anything is substantive or if it changes the substance of what was in the first reading, then you would need to repeat the first reading. So there's a judgment there as to whether or not the change changes the substance of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Based on that answer, I'd invite my colleagues to consider, pegging the number that we passed tonight at something more than 1,500. I'm not religiously united to a specific number, although 2,000 seems to be what the market wants to build, as I said, over at Graham Road. I'm not sure what the Tyson's Ridge townhouses are like, but, at the end of the day, this is all about trying to do some good for some parcels where not much has been accomplished for many decades. I mean, I hope that most of us would agree that some of the T-zone parcels that are now used for, I don't know, Little Brick Cape Cod office uses or whatever they're being used for are an underutilized use of that land. So what we are aiming for here, what I'm aiming for here, is some language which will invite a dialogue between the community and the developers, because, we are small and we can't dictate all the things that we might wish to dictate. We've done a pretty good job of it on the larger buildings that we've built, where, the building has to solve every problem. It's got to solve the school problem and the library and the parks and you name it. But these smaller parcels have lain fallow largely because we've not been able to come up with any language that draws the market into a conversation with us over what we would like to see. Anyway, I'd like to see us send it on to the Planning Commission. I would like, as part of that process, as I've earlier mentioned, to understand a little bit more in detail about, the site plan review process that a by right development still must go through, who's involved in that, how much community input is there. It's my perception from watching the Planning Commission over the last year or so pretty closely that they, get their sharp pencils out on site plan, and that many of the concerns that we raise here are raised in their site plan process. Anyway, I'd like for the community to understand more of that as we go forward. Thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Leon?
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Trainer. Piggybacking on, what Mr. Duncan said, I think we've asked before around that, we've heard the word market test before, but have we, for these max and mins on average unit size, have we actually done the numbers?
Yes, Councilmember, we have. So Mr. Trainer mostly, and then I get to do it a little bit as well. But we spend a lot of time sort of working out what are the site dimensions, what are the square footages, the widths, the depths that builders want to build townhouses at. What does that average out to in terms of the unit mix? How could you build those? How would they fit under the unit maxes that we're proposing in terms of units per acre? What would that mean if you built at an average of 1,500 square feet and didn't build in any ADUs? Or what if you did avail yourself of the ADU schedule and went up to an average of 1,800 square feet? So a lot of this is knitted together to try and solve for several problems at the same time. Obviously getting to an increasing housing supply in a form that we don't have a lot of in the city today, but also trying to structure it to try and arrive at, as best we can through the zoning ordinance, a price point that the council has indicated is of need. Whether they choose a by right option at 1,500 square feet of an average unit size, or whether they walk into the ADU schedule and they move into an 1,800 square foot sort of size, but then they're guaranteeing that some of those are set aside at the 80% AMI level. And so I think what staff has tried to do is set the table so that whatever option a developer or a builder uses, what the community gets out of that is housing of the size and the price that they were looking for.
I think that's important for everybody to hear, that there was a lot of, instead of just talking to developers, you actually did the math and the calculations, right, when you derived the max and minimums. The one consideration I have is really, let's start with the minimum size. There's value to having housing stock, starter housing stock that's like 500 square feet. That would present a lower price point if it were a condo. So that threshold on the minimum, just curious, why 700 in the market test?
Sure. So the 700 square feet, that was staff trying to take a cue from a council discussion. There was concern that since we're regulating by average square footage size, that someone might attempt to, in a sense, sort of game it by taking their square footage, splitting the difference, and making some very small units. And so that was a concern of not allowing sort of a development program that sort of padded the larger units with the most expensive square footages and leaving the smaller units that may end up being the committed ADUs even smaller.
And so if I understand, and just so everybody, transparency's sake on just what we mean by average unit size. So let's go back up to the max for a second. So I just pulled up a spreadsheet while I was up here on the dais. I entered, assume the minimum of 14 units. So is it the sum of the total square footage divided by the total number of units? That's the governing calculus for determining the average unit size?
It would be the livable space. So it wouldn't count anything sort of outside the building. It wouldn't count any common areas. If it were a condo building, it wouldn't count any of the car parking. It doesn't count, if the walls have to be 2 feet wide, it doesn't count the space, inside the walls. It's only the interior usable space.
Got it. So there's some flexibility there. So on my simple math, right, just litmus testing 1,500. You could do 2 units at 2,200, 2 units at 1,800, 6 units at 1,200 square feet, 4 units at 1,500. If you sum all that, that comes to about 1,500, 1,500. So when I take a look at that simple back of the envelope, like I could see that. Right, like that's kind of missing middle housing, right? It's not 4,000 square feet. It could be, could be a townhouse, it could be a condo. So, as I think through kind of, Mr. Duncan's comment on 1,500 and the walk back that we did from 1850 to 1,500, I did a lot of thinking on this over the weekend. I see where your math is and see that there's some viability with that. So I appreciate the thinking that went into the maximum and the minimums, particularly on the average square feet. I think my last comment is I do have concerns about removing the flexibility with the SUP on the setbacks. I would actually consider that we put a motion to put that flexibility back. And I just wanted to be transparent about that. I do think that when you have a SUP, the intent of it is in spirit to add flexibility, and we would be doing the opposite of that, which is removing flexibility, which is concerning and kind of breaks the standard across how other jurisdictions treat a SUP. Is there any legality issues with that?
If the question is, can we allow
decreased flexibility
densities that are higher than what's proposed by right and allow those densities to occur by SUP, then the answer is yes, that's permissible.
No, I think my question is there anything around code that governs exception processes, right, where you're decreasing flexibility with the SUP?
I might need an example. Would you, of decreasing the flexibility through the special use permit?
Because that's what's being proposed right now, is that we remove the flexibility to change setbacks in the SUP process. We fixed it. It's now fixed in this proposal.
Right now we don't have the SUP process for change, can you help me?
Yeah, well, I can add information. I was just going to clarify that in the code as it stands today, that flexibility does not exist. It was something that staff was entertaining based on Planning Commission trying to work with the setbacks and the lot coverages. But after the walking tour and a lot of comments on the importance of having space for tree growth and concerns about projections coming off the building and taking up some of the sidewalk space, that's where staff landed on that flat recommendation of 20 feet with a cross-section that matches the streetscape standard. So coming off the curb, you have 5 feet for your tree, 10 feet for your sidewalk, and then the remaining 5 feet would be all that space, whether it's planting or building projections. Uncovered porches, steps, bay windows coming out from the building face, all the things that add interest, but having their own space within the setback to do that.
Does that answer your question about the SUP process and how we could add it back into this ordinance? That's correct. The way it's written right now? Yes, that's okay.
And if I may, real quick, there's a definition provided on average unit size on line 446, just for reference.
Okay. Other comments, questions, Ms. Hardy?
Great. So while we're on, I guess, the fixed setbacks, I share Caroline's concern with not allowing that flexibility. If I remember from the last iteration, the front yard setback right now by right is 20 feet. And if someone were to seek flexibility through the SUP process, it's not unlimited flexibility. They could only go down to 15 feet. So it's only a reduction of 5 feet. Is that correct?
Correct. That's what staff had previously suggested.
Got it. So again, the spirit of the SUP is to, if you want additional units per acre, you want additional height, you want reduced setbacks. I think that is something that, depending on the site context, could make sense, and I think that feels appropriate for a council discussion. So I'd like to see that added back in. I understand the concerns about the back of the spectrum, but as we analyzed and actually walked the site, I think number one, we saw that the back of the spectrum was 14 feet. And so, someone could propose something that's 18 feet, and that feels like that to be okay. I think the second exacerbating factor at the spectrum was that the sidewalk width there is only 3 or 4 feet, if I remember correctly. And I think as proposed, we are saying that the streetscape standards that were newly adopted in 2017 would apply here, which has a minimum sidewalk width of 6 feet. So that obviously solves the issue of what we're experiencing in the spectrum. And so I'm not actually that concerned about repeating what people don't like about the spectrum, because we've learned from that since then and have made things better. And then finally, while we've been talking about streetscape standards, if I recall correctly, we have a minimum or a maximum 20-foot setback for Broad and Washington. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then 14 feet setback for all other streets.
So depending on the zoning district, yes.
Okay. And so again, it just doesn't make sense to me with that context why we would prevent people going from 20 feet down to 15 feet as the absolute minimum in these T-zones, given that we, again, adopted citywide streetscape standards. So if there were a motion tonight to add that flexibility back in, should someone choose it, I guess I would support it for those reasons. I really like the line of questioning around kind of market validation, because that's something that we've asked for, for several months now, but not only on just the average square foot size, but in general for building height, density, all the other kind of building envelope. Maybe Paul or Jack, could you talk to kind of the market testing that we've done, like who we've talked to? Can we provide more details? Because I think that's an important point, is that we don't want to create code that just sits on a shelf. We do want to be market responsive, because the challenge with T-zones is that nothing's happened in this in 20 years. And so ideally, we put in code that is responsive to the community needs, but also is something that the market will respond to. So could you all speak to some of that work?
Sure, yeah. We've talked to, several members in the development community, builders, both that know Falls Church and those that, don't work here, obviously, on, recommendation from other, officials from Arlington and Alexandria. We've talked to builders that have, done work in their communities. Garrett Ertl is one of, I think, 11th Street Development is his firm. He does a lot of kind of smaller infill residential development, exactly the kind that are targeting here in this proposal. He's been a really valuable resource in just kind of building envelope in some of the sort of financing that goes into some of these development, proposals. We've also talked to, larger firms like EYA and Madison Homes that have, of course, done work in the community. Those are the ones that come to mind. We've talked to, obviously, property owners of T-zones. We've talked to, different members of the community, but also, just looking at different projects around the region, around the area. As Councilmember Duncan brought up earlier, the UIA has several projects in the area that we've, obviously been looking at in terms of what might be feasible here in terms of building envelope and size, and looking at the size of our T-zones, which obviously, varies quite a bit from what EYA typically does. We're talking about more smaller, tighter lots. And so the conditions here are obviously much different in the T-zones than you might find in other townhouse development areas. But in terms of looking at what, how a townhouse is formed in the density metrics, we certainly learned a lot through that process.
Great. Well, first of all, thank you, because that sounds like it was pretty comprehensive and broad work. So I appreciate that we have done that diligence. And I actually looked it up while you were talking, that the townhouses that Mr. Duncan was referring to at Graham Park, there's 3 models. The first ones are 2 to 3 bedrooms between 1,100 and 1,400 square feet. The mid-market one, 2 to 3 bedrooms between 1,200 and 1,700 square feet. And then their high end is between 1,800 to 2,300. So it's reassuring that people are building products in that range. And again, this is an average. So obviously someone could build a 2,000 square foot one, and someone could build a 1,200 square foot one, as long as the average works out to there. And based on your analysis and the math test that you did, Paul, are we hitting that kind of median price point that we've talked about consistently for 2 years now?
Yeah, we'll have to see. So yes, that's obviously what we've been aiming for. I think you can't regulate based on price, and so you never quite know what level of finish people are going to put into the unit, or what's the premium that's going to be commanded for units being in Falls Church versus in a neighboring jurisdiction. But I think what we have tried to do with this proposal is get something that is economically feasible to build and tries to deliver on that goal of housing units that you can't build today, and maybe in a price point point, obviously, that's lower than what you could otherwise build today.
Great. Thank you. And as a side note, while we were talking, I actually looked up what our median home values were when we first started this process in 2021, and it was $752,000. And since then, it is $923,000. So in the 2.5 years we've been debating this, it's risen about $200,000, which is why I think it hammers home the point of really important to start moving on housing now. So, thank you.
Mr. Snyder?
Sure, thanks very much. So I would find it very difficult to support any additional, quote, flexibility because that will be used to simply create more environmental degradation. Here are some changes which I'd like to propose, and I'm willing to make a formal amendment. In listening to the speakers tonight, their important discussion about real affordable housing, which is low-income housing, not housing at $800,000. Clearly, their interest was for real affordable housing. And so keeping that in mind, as well as the concerns of our citizens, here are some changes which I would move. First of all, change the height allowed by right with no step back from 4 stories or 45 feet, whichever is less, to 3 stories or 35 feet, whichever is less. Change the height regulations to allow a maximum by right height of 40 feet, so long as a step back is implemented for all portions of the building exceeding 40 feet. Change the minimum rear setback from 15 feet to 20 feet. Change the maximum impervious coverage on a lot from 80% to 70%. Increase the parking requirement per residential unit from 1 parking space to 2 parking spaces. Change the ordinance to require that all affordable dwelling units be constructed and to prohibit the option to pay cash in lieu of constructing ADUs. Change the ordinance to provide for a minimum of 20 units so that we can increase the tree canopy to 15% as required by law. And then, in addition, I would have direct staff to return to the council meeting on September 11, 2023, with proposed actions the city could take to preserve the designated historic structures located within the T1 zoning district. I think these amendments would bring this ordinance much more into the mainstream, would be a true consensus, would improve our current T-zones, would achieve some development, but at the same time do it in a way that would be more responsive to the overwhelming views of the community, as indicated by literally hundreds of people who have appeared here in writing and in writing. Thank you. I would make that as a formal amendment.
So I have some questions before we get to comments, or at least my comments. We've heard some about, Planning Commission has authority. You know, they really take people over the coals on site plans. But let me ask the city attorney, on a by right development, my understanding is the review is what is called ministerial. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the Planning Commission or any other body essentially has to approve an application that meets code. Is that right?
That's right.
So if they think the windows should be bigger, they should be reoriented, or the color's wrong, or they're too this or too that, as long as the project is code compliant, they have no discretion to approve or to disapprove such a project.
That's correct.
Okay, so any idea that, they're making comments that have to be made, if the project meets the technical requirements of the ordinance, it has to be approved?
Correct.
Okay. Let me also ask you about the notion of some ordinance happening at a later point. You know, we're going to change from this section of the affordable ordinance to this one, or we're going to add some historic protections. If this were to be approved tomorrow and someone goes ahead and procures a permit before any of those changes are made, can we retroactively require them to meet those requirements?
No.
So that if the ordinance is approved and someone meets the terms of the ordinance, whether we're thinking about it or it's in process, it's en route, we cannot say, hey, wait, we're about to do this new ordinance. Hold on, we're going to hold back. We're not going to grant you your permit. We cannot do that, can we?
No, we can't.
Okay, so that if we wanted to make some kind of changes, we wanted to require affordable housing through a particular ordinance or some historic preservation requirements and the like, those should be done at the same time as the actual ordinance itself. Is that right?
That would be, yes, that would be the way to make sure that it's enforceable at the time the site plans are submitted to the city.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have. I mean, if people have other questions, you're certainly welcome to make them. Yep, Ms. Connolly?
And this one is probably for Sally. Mrs. Thompson submitted a bunch of legal questions related to her lawyerly analysis of the statute, and I'm just wondering if you had a chance to take a look at those and ensure that they were, because I don't understand all the legal stuff, but I'm hoping you do.
I have reviewed the comments that have been submitted thus far, but I can't say specifically that I recall the comments submitted by, is it Mr. Thompson?
Mrs. Thompson.
Mrs. Thompson.
Yeah.
Sorry.
She had, you must have, if you
I must
reviewed all
have.
the comments.
Yes, I did.
You did. Okay, and so those are, the concerns that she had and the inconsistencies have been matched up.
Yes, this ordinance is approvable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no more comments, or no more questions for staff, let's go on to comments. Do people have comments they would like to make at this point? Does anyone have any comments?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to propose the amendments that I read out a few minutes ago, and I think that would really make a better ordinance, would achieve the objectives of more development, but at the same time would better protect the environment and provide for safer streets.
Okay. And we'll get to that in just a second, the technical aspects of what you might want to propose. Are there other comments people would like to make before we go to motions and votes and things like that? Please. Yes, if you'd like to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I just have a comment on the affordable housing, and I just want to clarify that as we look at these different unit sizes, there are many definitions to affordable housing, and this was my comment to Mr. Thompson, and he may have interpreted it as me saying there would be no affordable housing in this project. That is not what I meant. There's affordable housing, as Ms. Hardy had said, capital A affordable housing by statute that has to be put into a project, and that is how we do affordable housing with mixed use, and that has worked well for the city, but it's a government-administered program to ensure that there's affordable housing. The kind of affordable housing we're talking about with these units is a concept called filtering, and I hate to bring a whole new concept in right now, but filtering essentially is that if you build new housing, there's more options for people, that people who may be living in Winter Hill would be willing to move up to a house in the T-zone, and then someone else can move into Winter Hill. So it opens up the flow of housing so that there's more kinds of units. So we've talked about a variety of units, and that's the kind of affordable housing that we're talking about. And $800,000 is a lot of money. That's a big down payment that you have to save to be able to do that. And we all know that. But the more housing we have and the more different kinds of options are available, the more affordability there is. I read something today that said someone did a study in Tyson's Corner. Did we talk about this at this meeting already? Oh, all right, forget it. That was hours ago. I read it way, way earlier today. But that the more housing and the more types of housing you have, the more affordable you can make units. So that is the kind of housing. That's the spirit of what City Council is trying to do here. And I hope that is understandable to the public, that that's what we're trying to do. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Ms. Hardy?
+1. Thank you.
Okay. Are there other comments before we get to motions and votes and things like that anyone would like to make? All right, I'll make a few. So, I mean,
This is Debbie. I have my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Please. Continue.
That's okay. I'll make this really brief. I just wanted to comment. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Many comments have been made about environmental, what that ESC is discussed, and I think having participated in all those meetings and discussed with a lot of members of the ESC, the overarching support is for density, create density, and then you're creating a more walkable, livable, supportable city. Obviously, it's important how we do density. That's why we're taking so much time to review all of this. But I think if you go back and look at ESC comments, in general, they're supportive of the overall group is supportive of providing additional housing, denser housing, providing a more walkable, livable city where you don't have to get into a car and drive. So not increasing parking, rather decreasing it and giving a city where you can walk and you can really impact, have positive impact on greenhouse gases by driving is the number one way to do that, as we've discussed in our planning and consulting environmental energy plans. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hardy?
I've made this comment in previous discussions before, but I think it bears repeating given the public comment we've had. So I think there clearly is a philosophical debate, which is, do we allow for more housing to solve the regional responsibility we have on housing, climate, all the great comments we heard from the meeting so far and that Debbie and Mary Beth have made tonight. But I think the details do matter, and I think as evident, and I want to thank staff for spending so much time on this from line 46 onward that Jack talked through. We have spent a lot of time iterating on this proposal to get the details as good as possible. If anything, I feel like we might be over-engineering it, but this is a council that really cares about these details, and so I want to make sure the public has read through from lines 46 onward how much this process has evolved, the proposal, since we first referred it out in May 2022, then got it into the Planning Commission's hands, then got it back to us in February, and to now. This really has been a 2.5-year process. And so I do thank both staff, Planning Commission, other boards and commissions, and the public, because that process is what makes this better. And while this is a new first reading, we will get more public comment on it, I'm sure, and the boards and commissions will continue working on it. But I do think that this is ready for another first reading, given the work that's gone into the process so far. So thank you.
Mr. Snyder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Compromise is the essence of good government, but the T-zone scheme we have today is anything but a compromise. In fact, it is no more than a sellout to special interests. Throughout the debate, hundreds of citizens raised fundamental and specific issues in writing and in person and worked hard to offer compromise after compromise. And I would note that many of those citizens had more experience on the Planning Commission and the City Council than those making the decision. Any claim that the advocates for this scheme represent the community or took the community's concerns and offer seriously is belied by what has actually happened. The process has been deeply flawed, as exemplified by the council discussion following the walking tour that led to more changes without telling the public that there would be such a discussion. And the name-calling and efforts to intimidate our citizens during and after the Planning Commission's process that went unresponded to by officialdom should never have happened. There are many issues I've tried to raise on behalf of our citizens via the amendments I propose. The first is our effort to prevent environmental degradation that will result from the heat islands created by dense development, clearly authorized by the scheme's height, lot coverage, impervious surface allowance, and minimal tree canopy. Then there is the utterly unrealistic requirement for off-street parking that will further occlude our streets and make them more dangerous to bicyclists and pedestrians. And the historic houses that were once a beautiful part of the unique fabric of this city will give way to more massive multi-unit buildings. Speaking of the massive aspects of this scheme, the new 60 units per acre maximum will allow buildings as dense as the Spectrum and more dense than either the Byron or the Broadway. What did the proponents do in response to citizen concerns and offers? Harden their position and force even more dense development into all T1 zones, regardless of the impact on surrounding homes of all types, both single and multifamily. And the relatively few speakers in support of T-zone changes thought they would encourage low-income housing, when even the advocates now admit this scheme will do nothing for really affordable low-income housing. In incredible hubris, some activists even claimed that the citizens just don't understand. Really? The most highly educated citizenry in the United States doesn't get it? In fact, one would clearly see that our citizens understood all too well for the zoning change proponents and understood even more in some cases than city staff. The proponents talked about a two-part test, but there really has only been one. How can we generate the most profits for the special interests, the so-called market test, which has continually trumped what the community wants? This became apparent early with the Planning Commission's vetting with selected developers on the eve of their decision, and an admission to me by the City Council, and you heard it tonight, that yes, city staff discussed this scheme all along with profit-making developers. Apparently following the lead of some failed cities like Minneapolis and San Francisco, and following Arlington, this is ultimately an attack on our neighborhoods. While T-zones are the current battleground, every neighborhood will be next to to eliminate what the proponents of these changes call, quote, exclusionary zoning. So with the approval of this T-zone ordinance, we can look forward to more heat islands, fewer trees, the loss of historic buildings, and added traffic congestion, not for truly affordable housing, but to pursue an ideologically driven special interest fueled agenda. And the neighborhoods we love and have invested in will become the new transition zones, and so will be vulnerable to the massive building this scheme permits.
All right. Other comments? If not, I've got a few. I think additional work is needed on this proposal. We've heard that we've been talking about this for a year, 2 years, but it still feels rushed. Why? Because every time we meet on this, it's dramatically changed, including tonight. There's significant revisions that have been made in the past week that have gone out on Thursday that have not really been fully discussed until this evening. I have concerns about increasing the by right to 45 feet. Why? There's no real incentive to go through the SUP process. How does City Council and the community exert some control over a new project through the SUP process? By right, as we heard tonight, there's zero city control. People may think there's control through the Planning Commission. Legally, there's not. And so when everything is by right, there's very little the city can do for the nuances of development, for site-by-site considerations. The community and the City Council has literally no control over what happens. And what I think we'll see is a lot of projects that look like the back of the spectrum, which to my mind is not what we want our city and what I consider one of our great streets to look like. And I respectfully would say that the sidewalk width has nothing to do with the perception of height and setback and mass, but in fact, its actual height, setback, and mass are what give it the feel of just being too much. Parking. I think the parking, one per unit for townhouses is too little. We already have experience with townhouses on this particular street. There's plenty of cars at 2.5 parking spaces per unit that are in the street regularly. And one for townhouses is going to end up with more of that. We have a library right now that's underparked. We had a proposal years ago to spend something like $7 million to put a parking garage there, or people can park in the street as they do now. But at some point, there's going to be limited parking spaces for all the different uses we want to have the street be used for. Cherry Hill Park, library, State Theater, spillover for businesses along Broad Street. So I'm concerned about the parking. Historic properties. Given that the value will certainly dramatically increase with approval of this project, I believe these historic properties are at great risk. And what we've heard tonight, I don't think changes that. There's possibilities of doing things which aren't on the table right now, and frankly would cost a lot of money to buy covenants on the property, to buy rights of first refusal. Would be extremely challenging to do. So to my mind, this proposal puts those properties at grave risk of being torn down because they'll be worth dramatically more than they are right now. Affordable, I have concerns about that. This project, as you may recall, started off with the idea that this would be to provide affordable housing, not a new housing type. It's morphed into that, but originally was for committed affordable units. There's going to be 10%, there's going to be this and that, and that's all sort of fallen by the wayside. And so now the justification is a new housing type, which may happen or may not. We could also get a lot of apartments, which are not a new housing type, it's just more housing. And that may be, if your goal is solely to have more housing, then more housing meets that goal. But if you're concerned about the form of transition, the urban form, the transition to single-family homes across the street, then I have concern about that. We cannot mandate how these properties are owned, whether they're sold at a certain price point, or whether they're sold at all. They could be multifamily houses, no different than the stuff that's on Broad Street or Washington Street, and they very well may be. So I think our notion of trying to micromanage this to be an 875 unit and a 925 is misguided. And it may work out that way, but it just as easily cannot. I've had years of experience in the real estate market, and I can tell you that it's really hard to control and shape the marketplace, that developers have a way of finding the most profitable type to build, and that's what they're going to drive a truck through. I do have concern. I know there's screening language that's been added, but I do feel that this ultimately will lead to a bunch of buildings on stilts, maybe with, brick walls on the ground floor, but essentially nobody's going to put underground parking here. And so what we're going to have, I think, is very dense development with basically everything on stilts. And even if it's screened, I'm not sure that's a great urban form. I think the form does matter. It does to me. I think I'm going to leave it at that, but I do have concerns, and they continue, and I've expressed them numerous times in the past, and I imagine I'll keep expressing them. But unless anyone has other comments, why don't we entertain a motion and amendments? Yes.
I would like to offer something about the tree canopy. You can see on the table at lines 33 of the staff report, the text of the ordinance. The tree canopy was changed from 15% to 10% because, as Jack noted, the density has gone up to 20%, past 20%. But what I lost sight of when I wrote this was, while people may not take advantage of it, there is an opportunity to build at a density as low as 14%. And if someone did build at a density, a 14 dwelling units per acre, if someone did build at that density all the way up to like 19.9 dwelling units per acre, then 15% tree canopy can be required. And so as part of whatever motion's being made, if you would like to amend the tree canopy language in the draft ordinance to say the maximum allowed canopy allowed under state code, then we would just tie it to state code and we wouldn't have numbers. And then we would have flexibility depending on what the density is that's proposed.
I like that approach, especially because we always advocate for getting more flexibility on what the tree canopy requirement is in the state code. So then if we tie it that way, then we don't have to go and change this ordinance down the road too.
Correct.
That's smart. I like that.
Okay, so let's get on to motions then, unless we have further comments.
Would Sally talk about need a motion from us, or can staff make that recommendation?
I'm not really sure how the motion's going to go, but you would want to, because this is first reading, and that amendment should be in it should be incorporated into the first reading so that the change doesn't trigger a new first reading. I would just say subject to amending the tree canopy to be the maximum allowed under state code.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I'd also like to motion to change I would propose a motion to add the ability to reduce front and rear setbacks via special use permit, in addition to amending this to changing the tree canopy to support up to 15% to align with 14 unit density. Can I lump that into one?
Yes. The motion is, as it's written on staff's first page there on the screen, says, I move to grant first reading. I'll skip some parts. Refer it to the Planning Commission, schedule a second reading and public hearing, and advertise. You can add to a comma after advertise the same according to law, comma, all with the following changes, and then list the changes that you would like in TO 2311.
Okay. Motion to grant first reading to TO 23-11, refer to the Planning Commission, schedule second reading and public hearing for September 11th, 2023, and advertise the same according to law, assuming with the following changes to tree canopy and adding the ability to reduce front and rear setbacks via special use permit.
The change to tree canopy in your motion is to tie it to the state code, the maximum
yes.
allowed by state code?
Yes.
All right.
Do I need to restate it again?
And the setback change, to clarify, is to add an SUP process for decreasing setbacks?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Duncan on the second. Any further discussion?
Can I just ask for a clarification? The reduction of the setbacks, do you want to set a limit on that? So it's, I think it's 20 set. Do you want to say allow for a reduction from 20 to?
Yeah, it was back to 15. The proposal would be 15, what it was before.
For the front yard setback was reduced to 15, whatever the staff proposal was in the last version.
We do have to say it specifically tonight, in my opinion. So it would be the front yard can be reduced from 20 to 15 by SUP.
And then the rear yard also could be, was there a proposal in there for rear yard could be reduced a little bit as well,
I
right?
think the rear yard currently is 15, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Jack? That's correct. So it would just be the front yard.
Front yard.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
No.
Mayor Tarter?
No.
Motion carries 5-2. Thank you, council.
All right, let's move on to the next item.
We have 2 items. Should I read them both together?
Yes.
Okay. We have TR 23-23, resolution to amend the comprehensive plan official future land use map of the City of Falls Church by reclassifying approximately .623 acres of land located at 360 South Washington Street, Lot 27, Real Property Code 55-306-027, from business to mixed use for a mixed-use redevelopment project known as Quinn Homestretch Senior Living on application by Quinn Enterprises, LLC. And we have TR 23-24, resolution to grant a special exception for residential uses within a mixed-use development project and to increase the building height with a bonus of up to 40 feet to a maximum height of 115 feet for a mixed-use redevelopment project known as Quinn Homestretch Senior Living on approximately 1.866 acres of land located at 350 and 360 South Washington Street and 303 South Maple Avenue, real property code numbers 55-306-026, 55-306-027, and 55-306-028 on application by Quinn Enterprises, LLC.
All right, who's going first here?
I'll just say a quick word of introduction. Ms. Laura Arsenault is our staff lead planner on this case. We're also joined by Mr. Andrew Teeters, who's representing the owner and developer for this project. This is before the council with a staff recommendation to refer this out to boards and commissions for comments. We'll start with the staff report, then we'll hear from the developer. There is a change to the affordable housing voluntary concession. I think we'll let the developer speak to that in detail. I'd be happy to say a word or two about that as well and answer any questions about that. But with that sort of basic organization, I'll turn it over to Ms. Arsenault for the staff report.
All right, before you do that, just to everyone, it's almost 11:40 right now. Keep that in mind. Let's focus on changes. We don't need to hear the proposal from day one. We got that. What have you changed since the last time we saw it? Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Shields, Mayor Tarter, and City Council members. I'm Laura Arsenault with Planning and Zoning. Also here tonight. Oh, did he leave? Oh. Director Paul Stoddard, fellow Principal Planner Henry Zhang, and Deputy Director Gary Fuller is joining us virtually. I'm here tonight to present a brief summary of the second submission of the Quinn Homestretch redevelopment proposal. The applicant, Quinn Enterprises LLC, is proposing a new 10-story mixed-use building with a maximum height of 115 feet. Since the July 10, 2023 council meeting, the only change, as Mr. Shields mentioned, was an update to the affordable dwelling units voluntary concession and analysis. The proposed revised language included modifying the affordable dwelling unit contribution from a one-time contribution of $1.7 million to two options. One would be a one-time contribution of $1.9 million, or option two, to allow two city residents to pay 60% AMI rent through the resident's full tenancy within the building. Staff recommends the adoption of the proposed motion and has completed the review of the second submission and finds the project aligns with the comprehensive plan, the small area plan, and special exception criteria. Council is requested to provide feedback on the second submission of this project. We know the location. If that's okay, I'll skip over that. Mayor, is that okay? Okay. We're looking at three actions: a comprehensive plan amendment for Lot 27 to change from business to mixed use, and two special exceptions, one to allow residential use in a mixed-use development, and two to allow an increase in building height up to 115 feet. As mentioned, the rest of the submission remains largely unchanged from the proposal on the July 10th, 2023 council meeting, and I will briefly list updates to the previous submission, and I'll be very, very brief. They increased the number of senior living units from 226 to 233. They decreased the business and professional office square footage. They increased ground floor retail, decreased restaurant, and increased civic or nonprofit use, and retained the LEED Gold certification through the building. They also adjusted the building footprint, moved the building closer to Maple Avenue, increased the setback from the Henderson House, increased publicly accessible open space, and decreased the parking reduction to 20.7%. As I mentioned, staff believes the proposed project is generally consistent with the plan and comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance and special exception criteria. I'll skip over the fiscal impact if that's okay, Mayor. Okay. And then for timing moving forward on the application, staff held an initial council work session in April with a subsequent referral to the Planning Commission, Boards and Commissions. A second submission of the proposal was received on June 9th, and council held a second work session on July 10th, along with a site visit. Tonight, we request council to consider the first reading and referral to the Planning Commission and the boards for comment. Staff is anticipating a third submission this fall, followed by City Council work session. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. You're up.
Andrew Teeters on behalf of the applicant. Usually you have Andrew Painter. He's in Dublin, Ireland. It's about 5 a.m. there, so you have me tonight. As Laura mentioned, obviously we were before the board on July 10th. We had a nice site walk as well. I have a brief presentation. We think we're at a point where it really would be helpful to seek input from the boards and commissions. I'll run through some of the major issues and just how we're addressing them sort of from most substantive first and work our way through. So starting with the affordable housing, which Laura mentioned, originally we had offered 1.75 million cash in lieu based on our original density proposal for a duration in equivalent market rate value for a duration of 20 years. What you now have in front of you with these two options, one is the 1.9 million cash in lieu, which is based on the new unit count, the 233 units at a 10%. City policy is 6%. We originally offered 10%. We're now still offering 10% of that density, but we looked at a present value, but over a duration of 30 years instead of 20 years. So that's where the $1.9 million was derived. But we also had 3 productive meetings with housing staff and Wyatt to look at other options, which is why now at the discretion of the city, we've proposed in our VCs the possibility of 2 on-site units where residents would pay the 60% AMI rental rate, but be able to go through that continuum of care, starting in independent living through potentially assisted living and memory care for the duration of their stay. So, the other details of that that we would work through at the city, city qualifying those residents, that residents would start in the independent living and work their way through that continuum of care. And then we'd also have to just document, the restrictions, some sort of restrictive covenant on these units for the life of the project. So that's our proposed voluntary concession on the affordable housing. I can keep going through, unless there are questions on this, I can go through, other bullet points on other items that we're working on. So, based on the feedback we heard from the mayor and council, as well as we had a community meeting with Winter Hill subsequent to our last work session, the ground floor design elements, particularly on Maple Ave. Currently we had proposed the Tinner Hill Heritage Foundation along Maple, and then the restaurant had a particular orientation. We're reevaluating that with our design team because it doesn't necessarily make sense to have Tinner Hill on Maple and make it a more substantial retail corner, along Maple and activate that streetscape. We're relooking at the orientation of the restaurant space there as well. And we've engaged, as we've mentioned in the past, CBRE on potential tenants. So we're working on the ground floor and understand the importance of Maple Ave. The appropriateness of the 115 feet in height. And there's a few things here that we're evaluating. One on just the applicability, since we're in the commercial, the core commercial area, and getting that special exception for the 115 feet. So there are certain design, from a design perspective, how we're evaluating this, and this came out of both our site walk and work session, as well as our meeting with Winter Hill. The possibility of stepping the upper floors of the building along Maple Avenue, also looking at the building shape and just the length of the footprint, and possibly opening up a bit more to the park. As well as just the setback from Maple, but we do want to remain consistent with the master plan and what's happened at Pearson Square, which is about 18 feet. Just also from a use perspective, for the appropriateness of the 115 feet in height, and we've talked about this a bit, particularly as it relates to affordable housing. This very much is an operating business. It's not a multifamily building and just simply real estate with people living there. We operate this as a business. People are receiving different levels of care and services. And then, of course, it's mixed use with a significant commercial component. Looking at other jurisdictions like Fairfax County, it is considered a commercial use in Fairfax County, the CCF, the Continuing Care Facility. Also looking at public benefits as it relates to the 115 feet, looking at the small area plan, it proposes a 10-story box with very little public open space. We are proposing about half of the property, 50% of the property, as public open space, both a park and a new pedestrian way along Rolling Road, with us paying for all of those improvements. And then, finally, the economic benefits for this project, which a couple things. We are increasing the amount of commercial. Today, there's about 41,500 square feet of commercial. We're going to have over 50,000 square feet of now Class A commercial, which will, of course, be better for the very long term in terms of leasing. As well as just the really significant fiscal impact, over $1.2 million in revenue a year, with a net fiscal impact of about $860,000 to $870,000 per year. So those are all things that we're working on from a design and operations perspective. Maple Avenue loading was a significant comment, and just the fact that it is on Maple Avenue, and are there alternatives? Of course, we're working on just with the constraints of the property. property. Architecture Inc. is evaluating this. Very difficult off of Washington, given the limited frontage and trying to get trucks in and out off of a main road, while also trying to keep that retail presence on Washington. So really what we're trying to look at is, are there ways to minimize the design impact if it is on Maple through, if we're using smaller trucks, so it's a smaller door, and can we do murals and living walls and limit the hours of deliveries? And so we were working on various enlargements, both plan view and elevation view, of that Maple Avenue loading area, if that's the direction we go. The next 2 points tie together: parking reduction and the parking for caregivers. Just working with Grove Slade, our traffic consultant, on the management, of those parking spaces. And we've also now engaged a parking management company that we've worked with in the past, which can just help on the daily operations. We understand it's critical that we can lease this commercial space, and we don't want to hinder ourselves by not having adequate parking and just managing the garage appropriately. Some of the, I described maybe smaller items on the green building, surety. We'd proposed 50,000, but it really should tie to the square footage of the building, which staff raised, and we're in agreement that, we'll come up with a value based on the actual square footage of the building, so that bond may be a bit higher. Can you flip to the next? Thank you. Universal design elements, which certainly makes sense in a senior building, both in the apartments, things like, grab bars, zero entry showers, potentially lower countertops. In the building itself, levered doors. Of course, the building's fully accessible. And then finally, the outdoor spaces being fully accessible. And we've been working with our landscape architect on ramping, the outdoor park area. Public art, that's come up, it's consistent with other voluntary concessions for other projects at $25,000, and we can certainly work with local artists and come up with a good program here. Bus shelter on South Washington that we proposed to install a new one, but there's a bus shelter 200 feet away. So now, in response to the comments from council last meeting, we would commit that $40,000 to the maintenance of a capital bike share station. Tenant fit out, another comment that was raised, is just sort of the ease of a tenant coming in. Now, while they would fit out their own space on the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, we will be willing to commit to a warm lit shell as opposed to a cold dark shell in the building, and so we're working with our architect on that. Wayfinding, of course, came up, and just the ability to get potential users of the retail into the park area and just the various retail spaces. So what we'd propose is a comprehensive wayfinding sign package at the time of site plan. Shadow studies was also raised relative to the neighbors, residential neighbors, both to the west and to the north. We've been in discussions with Ed Henderson and the Henderson House, as well as Winter Hill, about the shadow studies. We've developed those, and extreme circumstances like the winter solstice, sort of the quote worst time of year. And so we've put those together, and we'll update those, as the building shape changes to the extent there are updates to the building footprint. So that's it. Those are the main changes.
Great.
Welcome your feedback and your consideration to go to the boards and commissions.
Got it. All right, we're going to turn it over to council for questions and comments in just a moment. First, two things. One, I want to disclose that my kids have worked previously at Quinn Auctions. They don't work there now, but they have in the past. I'm also a neighbor of David Quinn, so I want to make that disclosure. Secondly, there may be people who have public comment. We have one speaker. If there are others, you're welcome to speak at this time. Why don't you call the first speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have Nader Baruch.
Thank you. Nader Baruch at 243 Gundry Drive. I'll keep my remarks very short. What I'll say is, despite several work sessions and a PC meeting with boards and commission members and a walking tour, there's been no fundamental changes to the project, absent the VC dealing with affordable housing. First and foremost, the proposal does not meet the special exception criteria as to massing heights as stated in the staff report. And I have to say, during my time on council, this is the first time I've actually seen a staff report say that the criteria haven't been met. For that reason alone, the proposal should not go forward at this point. In fact, as to massing, from submission 1 to submission 2, it's gotten worse on the South Maple side because they have pushed the building forward dramatically. The proposal doesn't justify the height bonus that is being required. The bonus that is being required is more than that was approved for the Harris Teeter building. And as you recall, at the time, there was no new grocery store in the city, and that was something that the city residents and council desperately wanted, but they didn't get a 115-foot height bonus on that site. Additionally, the proposal does not meet the intent of the small area plan, which calls for this area, in order to meet the maximum height requirement, that it be for commercial usage. Now, the developer's saying, well, this is actually a commercial use. While it may be taxed as such, that is simply illogical, because that would make every apartment building a commercial use. And that's certainly not intent of the small area plan, nor of the SC. At bottom, this is not a terrible project. It's just not ready to move forward absent fundamental changes to the massing and the overall usage of the retail. And I understand that the developer is willing to make changes, but they haven't done so far. And if this moves forward, it's just going to solidify the project and not allow for further discussion and comment. So while I don't fully oppose the project, I think fundamental changes are needed before it advances. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, either on the internet or in this room? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Let's go on to council questions, council comments. Questions? Mr. Duncan, did you have a question? You can go first if you want, though.
Well, I have a thought and a question, I guess. On the commercial use, I think this is directed at staff. I've always been puzzled, even before we all went home to work during COVID, as to why multi-family apartment buildings, multi-unit apartment buildings are not classified in the city as a commercial use. And I'm especially puzzled as to why a continuing care facility such as being proposed here is not a legitimate commercial use. When the small area plan was adopted, I was around. I can't remember exactly what everybody said in response to it, but I do recall that the theory back then was that, apartment buildings carried with them public service costs, and there was a sort of negative attitude that was prevalent in the certain sectors of our community about such buildings, and so we created a lot of hoops you had to jump through in order to get one built. I think what we've seen is that, in fact, those buildings, almost without exception, Pearson Square being the one exception because it was built as a condo, have been, money engines for the city, have been, revenue positive. I would expect this use to be revenue positive by a substantial amount. Does staff have any thoughts as to, I understand that if the worldview that you have is that the small area plan calls for a commercial use, you expect a commercial use here because, God forbid, we change something that we adopted 15 years ago to make it fit with modern times. But, okay, you can have that position if you want it. But what is it about a continuing care facility that would not be a commercial use?
So I hear two questions. One is the multifamily is not considered a commercial use. It's zoned, that would be zoned residential, but from what I understand, it's the senior living facility would be taxed as a commercial use, but it's zoned as a residential. Is that right, Paul? Do you know? I can confirm that with our zoning administrator, but that's my understanding, is that it would be a zoned mixed use with a residential component. But to your second point, and I can clarify that as we move forward, but to your second point, the small area plan notes that although residential development should be limited in the commercial core, that it can be offset by strong retail, office, hotel, or public space component.
That's language from, like, doesn't it seem like language from some other time in the past? Like, where did we suppose that the customers for those businesses were going to come from? Were they going to drive in from Tyson's or McLean or Mosaic? No. We need to develop our own commercial base here, our own customer base for our commerce. And that's what this proposal, as far as I can tell, does. Anyway, I'm not going to, unlike what's in the water tonight, I'm not going to give a big, stump speech about this, but it is something.
I think you already have.
Yeah, I think I have too. And you provoked me into it.
I did.
Yes, you did. Well, Mr. Snyder, I'm used to. But, going forward, I think it'd be helpful for the community to have a discussion and for us to come to some resolution on this. I mean, fortunately, we're heading into campaign season where we can hash these things out. Is this building a commercial use? My personal perspective on this goes back to when I first came on to council. And, most of the older folks that I knew, when they got to the point where they couldn't keep up the house, had to leave the city. They had to go to Goodwin House because we had no facilities for that generation. When I campaigned on a, civility, community, and progress, it's a community for all generations, and that's why I was a strong supporter of the Kensington, which, isn't a perfect development, but it's certainly been a contributor. I would anticipate that this development would be a similarly attractive amenity for a substantial proportion, and, that leads me to my last question was, what is it about the height? And I do want to have a discussion about this because I haven't been able to attend the meetings that the developers had with the homeowners nearby, one of whom testified tonight briefly on height. What is it about height? Is it that we think that, a village doesn't have a building that's 120 feet tall? Well, I beg to disagree with that. We're not the village that we thought we were. We're a full-service city, or trying to get there. And so I'd like to understand more about, where that anxiety lives. Is it, we're going to shadow nearby buildings? But, that's what a city is. There's, spaces that are more dense. If you go down across from Pearson Square and next to the Tenor Hill building, it looks like a real city. There's height there. And so unless there's some, I don't know, some plausible reason to object to height, it's just your opinion against mine. And I happen to have a different opinion about height and its utility, particularly in a use like this. At any rate, those are not so much in the nature of questions as they are observations, but they do lead me to, support and thank the developer who has brought, hopefully, something that will not be perceived as some scheme, money-grubbing scheme by a fast buck developer to take advantage of the city. Rather, it'll be a proposal to build a feature into our economic base that we currently don't have. Thank you.
All right, Phil, you talked us into the next day. So
and notice the rain stopped when I kept talking.
It's another miracle.
I noticed that when Mr. Snyder was talking, the rain was so loud I could hardly hear him.
All right, Ms. Hardy has a comment or a question or both.
Both, actually. You know me well. So I appreciate the developer being responsive to the comments that we made in the last work session. When I read the revised redline VCs, I did not see that reflected in there. So I trust that in the next version, if you are going to commit to things like a warm lit shell and universal design, that we'll see that in the next version of the VCs. Thank you. One thing I did not bring up at the last work session, but I wanted staff's analysis on this, is how do we feel about the transportation and network and crosswalks in particular on South Maple? With additional density being proposed, is it something that we think we need additional, public infrastructure there?
Let me pull up transportation comments real quick. I don't know them off the top of my head. I know we had, I think 3/4 of the staff report thickness was transportation analysis, to be honest, so.
And you don't have to answer now, but I think because I'm on Park Avenue so much when I run, and I know that the residents of the Kensington use Park Avenue a lot.
Yes.
And we have crosswalks at every intersection. I'm pretty sensitive to, doing another senior facility in South Maple and making sure that we provide for good pedestrian facilities in that
So
neighborhood.
Cross Maple is what your question is?
Yes, especially if that's going to be considered the front door. The other comment that I made at our last work session that I think still needs more work, although I don't view it as a key threshold issue, is that front door activation of South Maple. I think you've heard from enough of us now that if that is going to be the front of the building, we want to make sure that that is active. And so whether it's differentiating the facades, pulling enough commercial usage there, I think the key for me is how do we make it pedestrian-oriented retail versus destination car-oriented retail. I think we've seen that, and to Phil's point about residential density, we've seen the baby Target there be subject to the failure of not having enough people, not feet on the ground. And I think this will help that. But I think making sure that South Maple actually is done really well will be important to make sure that your project is successful. So those are my two questions. My comment, I'm glad that we've gotten to a value on affordable housing. A policy question I have for staff is, well, I know the staff recommendation is to provide for 2 residents, both the rent and services on site. My question is, if our policy goal is to help as many seniors as possible, could that $1.9 million actually go further at a different senior facility? So for example, I've heard housing staff talk about how we actually have beds available at Sunrise, but we don't often have the money to pay for the services. So could the $1.9 million be used to offset the cost of services so that seniors could live in a different facility like Sunrise and actually help more than 2 people? And I think that's probably worth further council discussion at a later time, because I do think that's an important point for us to think through, is do we want to provide it on site, or could that be used elsewhere because it might be a more efficient model to do that?
We can provide staff's thoughts on that for the council's consideration when this is next before you.
Great. And then my third comment relates actually to Phil. So rather than debate and argue whether senior or apartments should actually be a commercial use, I'd actually challenge us to rethink about the small area plan. So if the small area plan for South Maple was done 15 years ago, I want to make sure we think about what the market reality is these days. We talk a lot about wanting commercial, but obviously we know that commercial is just not viable in many places. So do we keep anchoring to a small area plan that is not reflective of current market reality and maybe not even community desires? Because I really want us to stop vilifying residential. Residential is not a bad word. Like, we need people, we need customers, we need neighbors, and that's a good thing. And so I'd like us to think differently about it. So rather than, I think one of the staff comments is, let's try to address and mitigate this to make it reflect and fit into the small area plan. In general, I know I've heard Paul talk about this, that it's time for us to refresh our small area plans as we've done them, and this one feels ripe for it because it was done 15 years ago in a very different environment. So more of a general comment for the future work plan. Thank you.
Mr. Snyder?
Sure, thanks a lot. First of all, there's a lot about this project to like, and the Quinns have been one of the pillars in this community for years, and so that's a very strong recommendation for a project that's important to them. In addition, the aesthetics are clearly something that have been far more paid attention to in this proposal than we've seen in any other proposal. But since Phil opened up a debate, we could be here till probably Wednesday morning with the debate, but we can save that for another time. My big concern is that until the laws change, we're supposedly a government of laws, and the law is a special exception ordinance, and it requires, I think, some conformity with the surrounding community, including Virginia Village, and requires something really extraordinary for the kind of height bonus that's being requested here. And I'm not sure I see that right now. We have other senior facilities in town. There's one that might go up at the western development up there. With regard to the other project where we gave major height bonus, was a grocery store, and that was something that we didn't have the like of there. This final notion that we can sort of willy-nilly change linguistics to fit a particular project, or willy-nilly rewriting legislation to change a particular project, or deciding after hundreds of hours of staff time spent on small area plans, we get the first major project in, and oops, the small area plan's out the window because times have changed. I'm very concerned. There's one thing that connects a lot of the decisions, which is benefiting developers. In this case, the developer is someone who's critical to this community, has been, and I want to see his project go forward. But I think the questions and comments raised by Nader and by the community need to be addressed before we move forward. I hope they can be addressed. Thank you.
Other comments or questions?
I have my hand raised. I'm not sure if you can see me.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hiscott?
That's okay. Could our council please comment on that if this is something we cannot do or can do with regard to special exceptions? The comments that were just made that we don't have the uniqueness to be going through this process. I'd like some clarification on that, please, from a legal perspective. I can't imagine if we didn't have the legal authority to do this, that we would be going through this process right now.
I'm sorry, I don't fully understand the question about the special exception process as it relates to this project and where the question comes from as to whether or not there's authority.
Well, both Mr. Baruch and Mr. Schneider are implying or actually just seemed that this doesn't meet the requirements for going through the special exception process, whether it's not providing something unique enough or it's the height. And so I wanted to get a clarification on that.
Okay.
Let me ask the clarifying question. So because there's 3 office buildings here, there's a lot of existing commercial square footage. And in the new application, one of the primary criteria are a increase in commercial square footage. Is that what it is we're talking about, or what was the nature of that comment? I just wanted to understand what it is.
So when the SE code was updated,
Well, maybe Mr. Schneider,
primary criteria no longer require a net increase in commercial square footage, but it does require that there be a significant commercial component, and all 3 tests have to be met. When staff prepares a staff report for council, what we try to do is look through those criteria, primary and secondary, and lay out the arguments for and lay out the arguments against. But I think, at least from the planning staff's perspective, whether or not a project meets the threshold of satisfying those criteria, that's a judgment call that is properly, I think, reserved to council. And so what you'll see in the staff report are the arguments for and the arguments against. And I will say that tonight's staff recommendation is to move forward with the application, but we've also, with that noted, things that we expect to see changed and adjusted as it goes through the process.
So just to clarify, what I hear you say is it's a judgment call, not a legal call.
Yes, that's what I was trying to communicate.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand.
Okay, other comments or questions? Ms. Conley?
As we talk about this, I just want to make sure we're not going to lose sight of the open space and the renovation of the rolling road and tying that into the rest of the community. I do think that is a unique element that this project has that none that we've seen in a long time have had, that there's so much open space. I would agree with Ms. Hardy on the things that need to be worked on, and the activating Maple Avenue is very important. You've got all of your retail really facing that open space. It would be a good mix would be to have more facing Maple Avenue. Having it close to Maple Avenue, I think, is fine, as long as there is activation on that space. So thank you for that.
Question on the affordability piece of this. When we talk about the 60% AMI unit, is there a term for that? Is that at perpetuity?
Yeah, perpetuity.
Okay. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? I would just reiterate some of the things I said earlier, a lot of what you captured on your slide. I do think Maple in particular is something that we really need to work on in terms of having your building address Maple and not be the side of your building addresses Maple, but actually like the front. in terms of turning the retail, having it have primary entrances. You can have a secondary entrance on the park, but also primary entrances. I do have concerns about having the loading dock there, and I know it's a challenge to try to figure out what to do with it, but I would strongly encourage you to figure out something else to do with it. I don't think it goes there. And this is our street. You know, Maple Avenue is Falls Church's street. Lee Highway or Washington Street is Fairfax County's, I sort of view it as. And it's a high-speed street that just doesn't, it's not really connected to Falls Church like Maple is, in my opinion. And so I would just, again, sort of reiterate those comments that I've made previously. But I think you've made the commitment. It sounds like you're making that commitment, continuing commitment to work on those issues. And I guess next time I see this, I hope that I'll see, those things addressed. But those are some of the things that are really important, like the form and feel of a building, how it interfaces with the community and the streets. As we just get through talking about T-zones, it's somewhat similar. It's the same notion. Anyway, those are things I would like to see in addition to what I said previously. I just want to reiterate those to you tonight. But anyway, that's all I've got. Is there a motion, maybe?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Willy-nilly would like to make a motion.
All right.
I move to refer TR 23-23 and TR 23-24 to the Planning Commission, the Architectural Advisory Board, the Economic Development Authority, the Housing Commission, the Environmental Sustainability Council, the Urban Forestry Commission, the Citizens Advisory Committee on Transportation, Recreation and Parks Advisory Board, Arts and Humanities Council of Falls Church, Library Board of Trustees, Historical Commission, Historic Architectural Review Board, Human Services Advisory Council, Village Preservation and Improvement Society, and the Greater Falls Church Chamber of Commerce for consideration with comments to be provided by October 13th, 2023.
Is that all the folks you want to send it to?
Actually, if I had my druthers, I would add the Falls Church Forward Group into that list of referrals. So, yeah, now that you bring it up, I propose that we add.
Don't mess with Phil. You can't joke with
we
Phil.
add the Falls Church Forward Group to that roster.
Second the motion.
I'm sorry, guys. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further comment? All right, Madam Clerk. He added something. I don't know.
The Falls Church Forward Group.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay. Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz-Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Abstain.
And Mayor Tarter.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. All right, let's keep moving. Let's get out of here, coming up here if we can. Thank you all for sticking around with us. Let's go on now to the consent items. Does anyone wish to remove anything from the consent agenda?
We don't have anything on consent.
Oh, did I read that wrong?
We have
I
one
thought we
on
had one
other
thing.
business.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I thought that was on consent.
Yeah.
All right, let's make the other business really quick, Mr. Shields.
So this is a request for authorization to approve a contract. Is this our landscaping contract?
Yep.
Yes. For landscape maintenance services, this maintains all of our streetscape, our planting beds and parks. So that is the item that's before council.
All right. Anything else to add? Yep, question quick.
Is this a renewal of an existing contract or a new contract?
It was put out to bid and competed again. We are going with the incumbent entity was the successful bidder.
Can we ask them to do a better job with the weeds in some areas?
We've
part of this
been
contract?
working before we brought this contract, there was a lot of interaction between the city staff and the contractor. We believe that we have addressed them satisfactorily, but we do need to see an improvement of that maintenance.
All right. Anything else?
And they're,
Yeah.
yes, this is Debbie. And they're the ones who would be addressing like our new transit plaza and some of the other, like the median at Broad and Wash that's all weeds. You can barely even see the bricks. That's the entity that would be responsible for fixing those.
Yes, and the transit plaza has been addressed. You know, it got to a state that we were very unhappy with. It has since been addressed, so it's currently in a clean state, but it was definitely a problem.
All right, do we have a motion?
And Mrs.
Okay, I'd add that median on, I'd just say I'd add that the median in Broad and Wash Much unless it's been done in the last couple of days, is also in that category.
She's saying Broad and Washington. You keep cutting off.
Okay,
At Broad and Washington, it's real weedy.
okay.
All right, do we have a motion?
Oh, I move to authorize the purchasing agent on behalf of the city to sign agreements with Brightview Landscape Services, Inc. and Loudon Contracting Group, LLC for landscape maintenance services in an amount up to $230,000 per fiscal year, and to renew the contract for 5 additional one-year terms, subject to annual appropriation of funds.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any public comment?
Second.
All right, any public comments? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes?
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yeah.
Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
All right, any council member comments that weren't made yesterday or today? Let's go on to approval of the minutes.
Mr. Mayor, unless anyone else has comments, I move approval of the minutes of June 22nd, 2020 as presented.
How about the July
Second.
ones? Did you see the July one?
Yes.
All right, so there were no errors?
And the June 22nd, 2020, I found nothing.
Okay.
The minutes for Monday, July 17th, 2023 on line 247 to 256. We were discussing setbacks and step backs, and I acknowledge that it's difficult to separate them sometimes when you get rolling, but what I meant to say, and what I think Ms. Leon meant to say, were step backs, not setbacks. On line 248, 45-foot height and a 10-foot step back, I think, is what we want. Caroline, correct me if I'm wrong. And similarly, on line 256, there's a reference to a 10-foot setback. I think that I wanted that to say step back. Unless there are objections to that or any other comments, I move approval of the minutes of July 17th, 2023 as corrected.
All right, can we do these together? Okay, well, let's just do, what's that?
Yes.
All right, Phil, you want to move approval of both of them, subject to your correction?
Approval of both the minutes for July 17th, 2023 as corrected, and Monday, June 22nd, 2020 as presented.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Conley, the second, Ms. Hiscott on the third. Let's go ahead and take a vote then quickly.
Voice vote's fine, thanks.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the ayes have it.
Thank you.
Anything else anybody wants to say before we adjourn? All right, good night, everyone. We're adjourned.
Myself until the very end.